That's why every time you call, you can't get her, you can't have it. That's my nigga. Hey Shirley, this Barbara. Hey bitch, I'll beat your motherfucking ass. You call my motherfucking phone again, ho. No, bitch, you need to go beat that nigga motherfucking ass. If he call my motherfucking phone again, that's what's wrong with you all now. See, you the type of bitch that he can count on if he go to jail. You can be that nigga P. A bitch like me gon' give him hell. You tryna read that boy's rights. He buy me shit that I can't spell. You screaming this your man must be a you tryna read that boy's rights. He buy me shit that I can't spell. You screaming this your man must be a secret stuff cause I can't tell. Let the nigga give me brain and leave that dumb shit up to you. You just don't have to share him or just
hey y'all, share the live. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go.
Watching all my favorite shows, and I'm on your nigga bag. Come get me up off of hoe. You bitches is not my friends. Y'all need niggas.
So I got all my stuff. Go ahead and share it out. We're gonna get started in just a moment. Make sure y'all share it out. Thank y'all for tuning into interviews with Sh3Go. I think this is part 20. Make sure y'all turn up in the comments. Get your drinks. Get your gardening tools. We are gonna be in the garden tonight. Make sure you share the live out. We are gonna have some fun. Make sure I share it out. Why is my share button not working? Okay, there we go.
Never gave damn, I ain't never gave no fuck. Fell out with them hoes, we ain't never make it no fuck. Back for everything I ever lost, I'm on a mission. We turned the whole house into a buffet in the kitchen.
Let her cook.
Big low come to frying shit.
Hey,
let her cook. Too much cake.
a bad bitch.
Let her cook.
I'm trying shit. Let her cook.
Big low come through, shut shit down, I'm bringing hoes out. Run up on this shit you want, I'm swinging balls out. If them hoes ain't bad as glue, then put them hoes out. Got my ankles on your niggas' shoes.
I'm so sad. As a got a little fatter, now these hoes will matter. Okay. Thank y'all for the white hearts. I see y'all in here. I see y'all. We'll get started in just a moment. Let me go ahead and share this out to Rozay. Did I see her just now? Hold on. Thought I might have saw her. Oh, bitch. It's still my nigga. Patty can't leave. Bitch. Ooh, my nose running. I had to find her name on here. Hold on. Let her cook. Oh my gosh. Let me find. There we go. Let's see. Where is her name at? Oh, she on time. I like that. Hey, Rozay, I'm gonna let the room build for a second. Just gonna let this song play. Y'all go ahead and get it at least to a rack, maybe 5, and we're gonna go ahead and get started. Hey, Laurent. We got Rozay in here tonight. I'm so glad that she was able to get me in for an interview. I say get me in because honestly, we should have been had this interview, but I was late. So thank you so very much for making space in your schedule for me, and we're gonna get started in just a moment.
Let her cook. Big low come to frying shit. Hey, let her cook. Okay. Too much cake got bad, bitch. Let her cook. All this sauce I'm trying shit. Let me cook.
Tap the screen, guys. Share the live to at least 5 to 10 friends. We have 2 more interviews left to go until we are shutting down this interview section. And Rozay is probably going to be one of the biggest ones. We got a lot of questions, and Rozay is always known to keep it real, known to keep it honest, known to be extremely transparent. So make sure that if you want your friends to know what's going on, that you hear it and share that live. Every night I cried, I almost died, and nobody could stop it. Everybody getting paid,
at night, I'm sitting in the dark room thinking, probably why I always end up drinking. Yes, I'm very depressed. How can somebody so blessed wanna slip they wrist? Shit, I probably bleed out some Pinot. When they find me, I'm in Valentino. Ayy, pouring me shots, thinking it's lit. Ha, little did he know. See depressed, I'm about to stress. Yeah, from me, but this ain't your best. Ayy, think it's going down. Now he's stay corrected. Ayy, see depressed, I'm about to stress. Damn, I got problems. Never got a bitch like me would ever hit rock bottom. Man, I miss my parents, way too anxious. Always care for my plans. Hold up, how him cheating, getting his dicks up in the same spot I'm sleeping. Lord, give me a break. I don't know how much more this shit I can take. You been worried about me to the people that's not me. Honestly, I kinda feel like you plotting, watching. Why you speaking on me at my lowest when you acted like you ain't know it's tripping? I'm crazy. They low key hate, so they ain't gonna say shit. Damn, I'm finally seen. I'm killing myself from bitches that gotta be me. This pussy depressed. I'm about to stress them, yeah. Think they're from me, but this ain't your business.
Y'all continue to tap the screen, please. We're gonna get started in just a moment. Please share the live. We're gonna get started.
I'm about to stress them. I am going, yeah, no emotion. Ay, back outside, yeah, back in motion. Ay, he calling, I ignore it. He say I'm crazy, don't I know it?
Alright, gonna get my drink cold, chill. And everybody, thank you for allowing me to have a little bit longer of an intro to make sure that everything was prepared properly. Welcome to Interviews with Sh3Go, where this is like having a conversation with your favorite cousin or your favorite auntie on your favorite couch. In here, we call it the trap. Tonight, we are mixing the trap with the garden. So shout out to the garden. I already see y'all in the comments, and I like y'all. Y'all be on time, child. The garden was on time. Rozay was on time. So shout out to the garden. We are going to be interviewing Rozay today. We're going to get to know who Rozay is, get to know the deeper part of a lot of the stories that she was involved in, as well as the next ventures for her platform. Because from what I heard, my word on the curb that I heard for the day is that Rozay is leaving Messy Talk. So if that is to be the case, I would like to get a last, story to figure out why, where are you going next, and where can your supporters expect to see you. Before we begin, we always have an order of events. There is messy questions, then there's platform questions, of course, and then we have a game. So Rozay has two games. In the true nature of Rozay, I got word on the curb where I'm going to throw out some, well, not random because it's actually very real, some real life tea drama that's going on currently. And I want Rozay to give her opinion on what's going on. The second game is called Excuse Me, Bitch, I Beg Your Pardon, or She's a Flower Growing in the Garden. I'm going to name off a creator. This is much like the other games in the past. And Rozay is going to say, Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, basically meaning she cannot come into the garden, and she's going to give a reason why. And if there's somebody that she feels is welcome in the garden, she will say, She's a flower growing in the garden, or he, because some of these might be men. All right? So, first off, Rozay, I always start with checking in on the creator. How are you today?
I'm amazing. How are you?
I am good. I like the little butterfly child. I see you giving us a little bit of different style. I like to see it. So, I don't know if you heard as of late, child, but they were saying my interviews was boring and they like to get straight to the mess. So I've been switching up the order of events where we still do platform, messy, and game, but this time I'm not going to tell you which order the questions are going to come in. They're just going to fly. Okay? All right. So with everything that is currently going on, let's go ahead and start with Word on the Curb. Word on the Curb is T. Doc's Diamond. What's your opinion on that?
When's she Dog Diamond?
She admitted to doxing Diamond through a troll page that she made 2 years ago.
Okay, tell me more.
That's that's the best thing I can tell you. I think it was a page that y'all correct me in the comments called Pink Panther. Um, Chef is the one that dropped the tea, basically saying that Tea Time was behind the troll page that Doc Diamond, and Tea Time has admitted to doing that and said it was not the right thing to do. She didn't know it was doxing at the time, per legal terms, but she definitely I think she said she admitted to showing Diamond's record. Um she
Why?
didn't so crazy thing is during one of the past interviews with Tea Time, she did mention that she had disdain for Diamond a couple of years ago because of things that the mafia used to do. And also, just I'm gonna ask y'all to go watch the interview because I don't want to say it wrong, but I remember her saying that she was screaming for numbers or something like that, and she just prejudged her before she knew her. But from what they're saying of regards to the troll page, they're saying that it was the mafia's actions that made her do what she did, but she was told by a source, a reputable source, that Diamond was behind what the mafia was doing. So that's why she targeted Diamond. So I wanted to know how you personally felt about that because with you recently going through what you went through with Diamond and also being a frequenter of Tea Time's platform, I really wanted to get your opinion on that.
Um, why did Chef expose that?
That I don't know. I am still trying to get the tea on that, and I might get a second interview with Chef because I got questions about that too. I don't know why she exposed it. People have already, well, not people. Some people have already said that they're looking at her sideways too because you held it for a couple of years. So why are we just now hearing about this? I don't know why she exposed it. So maybe one of the comment cousins can expound on that. But what I can say is that Tea Time definitely admitted to it, and I even thought myself like she didn't do that until she actually admitted to doing it.
Mm, I would. So, I'm not gonna lie. Where my mind is why was that information introduced in the first place? What was the reason for introducing that information? Why would you hold that for so long? It's been 2 years. Like, why would you hold that for so long on Chef's part? And also, why would T Tom hold it for so long? Now, I have heard her talk about her being a having a burner account. So, was she? What was on the page? First of all,
I'm not gonna say everything because I'm only say what I heard because it's been unfolding since yesterday. So there might have been stuff in last night while I was asleep that I might have missed. But from what I heard T say out of her mouth, Diamond's record was what she exposed. Um, That's the only thing I can say that was concrete that I remember. People say stuff about Diamond, which is true. They said it was other stuff about Diamond, but I didn't clarify what stuff that was. But what she did say verbatim was her record. Oh yeah, and her social.
so that means that it wasn't $2.
No, and $2 was highly upset because she was blamed, and it turned out to be T. Yeah, girl, it's been a lot of drama since yesterday.
Yeah, $2 has every right to be upset. I don't understand though because wait, okay, hold on, wait. Oh, she go, you messy. Okay, so
I'm sorry, just a little.
because okay, damn. So around the time that I came onto TikTok, everybody was actively hating $2, right?
Mhm.
I remember going into $2 live, and I remember seeing T Tom sit on her panel, and I remember hearing $2 say, "I never looked up." She used to call Diamond Horseface. She said, "I never looked up Horseface's information. It was a page that I got it from." I remember hearing Pink Panther come out of $2's mouth where she said she got it from. Tea Time was sitting on that panel with her. And she was saying basically like it basically don't matter because at the end of the day you still like played the clip or whatever the case may be. So that's kind of wild
So you
because
basically,
at the same time they was coming at Chef for some reason. Chef and $2 was having their own discrepancy, and $2 was saying that she made Chef and Bella's platform. I don't know if y'all remember that. I just think that's crazy. I think that's crazy because T Tom should have said something. Oh, that's crazy.
so to
That's
clarify,
like
you basically
taking
saying that
somebody.
T sat in two
That's like
dollars
taking
panel.
somebody money and then watching them, and then it's taking somebody candy and then helping them look for the candy. So yeah, that's crazy.
Well, you said it for me. I ain't got to clarify because that's exactly what I was getting ready to ask you if that's what you were saying. So since we are already on the subject, yeah, let's just go ahead and stay on the subject. So knowing what happened with you and Diamond, do you regret making fun of other people like Slim who went through it with Diamond?
No, I don't have any regrets. And I also wouldn't say that I was making fun of. It was more so calling out.
Do you still feel the same way about what you called him out on in regards to Diamond?
Hmm.
So, word on the curb is you mentioned Braid and Diamond Live to be messy. Do you feel you instigate, and did you feel like you instigated in that situation?
No.
No to both questions.
No, I don't believe I was instigating. Only because Diamond did in fact call him, like say stuff about him that day, and they played the clip of that. I was trying to be I was trying to be a middle person and try to get them to have a conversation. However, it didn't come off that way. So, yeah.
And just asking, this is kind of off book. Have y'all still haven't fully reconciled from that? Have you, you and Diamond?
No.
Do you think you ever will fully reconcile from that?
It's not on my mind.
Okay, I understand that. Well, blame the common cousins for why we got to get messy in the beginning. I'm going to give you some minor questions. What are you in school for?
Psychology and secondary education.
Girl, I know you get a lot of help from this app with that psychology shit. A lot of people on here got mental issues. Shit. They're going to be coming to you after you to cuss them out. Like, look, I need a session real quick. Okay, well, congratulations. We love to see Black people in healthcare, so I hope to see you accomplish all your dreams in that. So how long have you been doing makeup?
Since I was 14.
Is there anything that made you particularly start, or you was always like a girly girl?
I used to paint.
Oh,
So I
okay.
used to paint.
So
Go ahead. So I used to paint. And I just felt like incomplete. For some reason I wasn't satisfied with just painting on portraits. So I had a thing for like people pleasing. And so I liked seeing people happy. And I used to do my own makeup, and then I decided to do makeup on someone else. And I started with my mom. And then for my mom, I ended up like trying to do eyebrows on like girls at my school. And then by the time I got to senior year, I had like 20 girls. No, I'm lying. I had about 15 girls lined up to get their makeup done before prom. And they were paying me to do it.
okay, so it was just a move from there. After that, you already knew when it was time to click to it. Okay, I see
Yeah. And
that.
it was, and the name of my, like, of me doing makeup used to be Fixed by ER. So it was Fixed by ER. My name is Eliana Rose, now Rozay, but Eliana Rose, and also like emergency room, because I would always find myself fixing somebody's makeup. That's how it started. I'll be fixing somebody's eyebrows, fixing somebody's lashes, like trying to fix somebody concealer or something like that, fixing something. And so my homegirl was like, "Girl, you always fixing somebody up. Like, We're gonna call this fixed by ER. We're gonna call you the emergency room because everybody always come to you. And I was like, I like that. And then from there, it was fixed by ER. And then I rebranded maybe like a couple years ago to the Rozay Effect.
I think you should keep that name and do makeup classes behind it because you can help a lot of girls that don't know how to do makeup and keep the same brand name. I think that'd be dope. Like, fixed by ER and then like, come to me to help fix your the makeup issues that you have and like, and then it will be also a cute commercial concept because you could have like a girl like got really, really bright, under eye concealer where it looked real effed up or whatever, and then
Yeah.
you just have the doctor come in like, y'all send her in, send him in, send him in, like, and then you just show them teaching her how to do her own makeup. I would think that would be a really good brand together. I think that's awesome.
You know what's crazy though? So I had like a little small like I guess a preface of whatever I did, and I'll always call it enhancing beauty from the inside out. And it's very interesting how you can speak life into things. And so I found myself like intrigued by psychology. And it was crazy that I was saying enhancing beauty from the inside out. And obviously, like from mental health standpoint and then feeling beautiful, looking beautiful, all that, it just played a part. And so as I was doing makeup, I'd have people who would like vent to me. I'd oftentimes have people who would come, clients who were coming because, they probably went through something or a loss or something was going on and they just wanted to feel beautiful. And I'd always have those stories when I had people coming to get their makeup done and they'd cry and they'd sob and then we'll put them back together again. So, yeah.
I think making that a full brand would be amazing. Like, mixing the psychology along with the makeup. Because, like you said, fixing you from the inside out. I'm not just making sure that you leave here with a beat face. I'm also making sure that you leave here feeling better about yourself. So I feel like that's an excellent brand. Hey, V Clay, beautiful. So, funny question. Are you currently single?
Very.
Ooh, are you interested in anybody on here?
No.
Are you interested in anybody, period?
Sometimes.
Sounds like you in a situationship, friend.
No, I'm not.
Okay, do you want kids?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the only reason why I asked that, because I do see you in a lot of conversations that involve kids, and I know that with the younger, I would say, because you're a part of the younger community, like I consider Alex and Sauce, and a lot of times people will say to you that you shouldn't be in the conversation because you don't have kids, but people don't actually ask you if you plan on having kids in the future. So good to know, because now, you can say, hey, I need to be in these conversations because I'm going to have a baby in the next 10 years, whenever I feel like it, but I'm going to be a parent one day too. So period on that. All right, so let's get into the game for a second because I like to have fun. The game is, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. If I name the creator and Rozay does not want the creator in the garden at all, she's going to say, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, and she's going to give the reason why. If she feels like the person I'm naming is a flower that is growing in the garden, meaning either somebody that can be in the garden or somebody that is working their way towards being in the garden, she will say she or he is a flower growing in the garden. So, Rozay, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. Queen Jewel.
She's a flower growing in the garden.
I ain't trying to be rude, but you're the first person that actually liked Queen Jewel and gave her a good accolade during the game. So I will applaud you for that because everybody else during the game was like, no. Like everybody else.
She's never done anything to me. She's never came at me sideways. Anytime she comes into my life, she's supporting my business. She says I remind her of her daughter. She has never wronged me.
That's sweet. That's sweet. And I mean that. That's really sweet. I'm not saying that to be funny. That's sweet. Excuse me, bitch. I beg your pardon. Or she's a flower growing in the garden. Barb.
Excuse me, bitch. I beg your motherfucking pardon.
And why?
Because she lied and said that I was trying to fuck on her and her girlfriend, which never gave that. She also tried to downplay my pussy like she ain't never wanted it. She also tried to make it seem as if though I was wanting her and I didn't. She listened to people lying and saying that I was talking about her when I wasn't. I wasn't being negative at all. However, she took that and she ran with it. And when she came into my live and I told her I'm not talking shit about you, and everybody in the live was like, Rozay's not talking shit about you, she still decided to go live and try to talk about me. And then she also lied on me. And then everybody, including her people at her camp, told her that she was a motherfucking liar. Rozay didn't say those things. And she decided to still go on to expose her entire camp due to the fact that they were saying that she was lying on me.
So pause. Because no offense, I love you, Rozay, but you be talking really fast. But I've learned to hear everything you say in the midst of you talking fast. I learned how to break it down. She said you tried to smash on her and her girlfriend?
Correct.
When was that?
It never happened.
No, I'm saying, when did she say that?
When she was going on her rant when I was sitting on Bella's panel one day. I was sitting on Bella's panel, and Barb was live, and then that time where she had threw her live into sub only and I was still streaming and they was mad. That day she tried to say that something about my cat and how I wanted her girlfriend, and that I had a conversation about some shit like that, which we never did. Ever. And she also lied about why I even sent her the videos of my parts, because I had sent them to HB, and yeah, it was a whole thing. It was like a dare. So I sent them to her. She sent me hers first, and then I sent her a few of mine. And then Barb was adamant on wanting to see it. I told Barb, "Girl, aren't you in a relationship?" She said, "Shh, don't talk too loud." And so we was like, And so I was like, no, I'm not going to send it to you. And then when HB claimed that she was going to expose my videos, and I was like, bitch, if you expose them, I'll expose my shit first. I'll tell everybody to follow me on Snapchat. Y'all can come follow me, and I'll expose myself before you do, bitch, before you try to ever do me like how you did Chef. Fuck out of here. So from there, she never did expose me. However, Barb was asking about the videos. So I gave Barb the pic of the videos that I had sent HB. And from there, she called me Sugar Walls because she asked to see them. So she called me Sugar Walls. So it never gave. A bitch didn't like what the fuck she saw if I went from Rozay to Sugar Walls.
Sugar Walls, in my opinion, is not a bad compliment. That's
never gave
sounds like a compliment to me. That's like sweet pussy. I mean,
hello. It never gave that.
But just thank you to make sure I'm understanding correctly. There was a dare between you and HB. She sent you her coon coon first. And then you retorted and sent a few of your poom poom. And then Barb had asked to see said poom poom. And you had brought up, no, you're in a relationship. And she was just like, shh, keep it on the hush. Don't say nothing. So then after that, there was a threat to supposedly release said poom poom. Months later, and then you was like, well, if you're gonna release it, I'll just go ahead and throw the John on Snapchat. And this whole thing came back kind of in your face during the situation with you and Barb. Got you. Okay. Making sure I was understanding that correctly. Well, damn, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of that stuff is new for me. I know it's probably old for you because you already went through it. And unfortunately with these situations, we don't see every single live. So that was my first time hearing that. So damn.
And I never had a problem with Barb. I never was talking negative about her. Nothing. I was like, I just had a disagreement about what she said. And it wasn't like I was taking away from what she was saying. I just disagreed on some stuff. And I'm like, we can disagree and still have a conversation. However, she didn't want to. And I was like, that's crazy. And then from there, it turned into more. She tried to turn it into more. But she couldn't, because the things that she said that I said, I never said.
Well, damn. Okay, excuse me, bitch. I beg your pardon. Or she's a flower growing in the garden. Chef. Since you already mentioned the name.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon.
And why?
Because I didn't know that me and Chef ever had a problem until she decided to open up her motherfucking mouth and say that she didn't like me. And I couldn't understand why she didn't like me. But then I thought about the reason for why she maybe did not like me. And it was because at the time she had did some weird shit to Tea Time. And I didn't really like that. So I just called it out when I was doing my recaps. And then she, I guess, took that as me not liking her because I just called out a discrepancy in whatever it is that she was doing. And she said that I was picking and choosing sides. However, I called out discrepancies on Chef and Tea Time side. However, Chef just didn't like the fact that she was clocked.
And when did she say she didn't like you? Recently?
That was yeah. She verbally said it recently. However, she was kind of acting funny after I had clocked her on Tea Times Live with the whole like Asian all that stuff. Like it was a whole lot of stuff, and it was so. What happened was, I said that the foundation and the crack had nothing to do with HB. It had everything to do with Chef and her own personal feelings that she had about Tea Time. So can't nobody come and infiltrate your shit unless you allow it. So if HB came up into the campus because you allowed her in and because you didn't like whatever it is that Tea Time had going on. You've been had a problem, you've been had a discrepancy, you've been had issues. And the fact that you never felt the need to speak to your own friend about it, however, you started dealing with her quote unquote enemy, showed me that there was a whole lot of shit going on. And I said it makes no sense that a person who was an enemy who is the enemy of your best friend, whose bed you slept in, whom you've had intimate conversations with, who's met your all that stuff, and a person who's her enemy can come and have a conversation and be your friend. That's diabolical. That's nefarious work. And I said that you're wrong. That's what I told her. I said you're wrong. And she didn't like the fact that I said that. And I also told T, I said you also need to choose your friends wisely, because there's no way in hell that a person who claims to be your best friend and knows the shit that you've been through and saw the nefarious shit that happened to you is going to sit up here and befriend a bitch and make it seem as if though everybody named mama got DID and different personalities and shit. So you get to know one personality but don't like another personality and then justify people's personalities and shit like y'all crazy. She didn't like that.
Damn. So I'm starting to get the connection of why when I asked you that first question, why you were like about T and the whole doxing situation and Chef exposing it. Now I kind of see why you have the questions that you had in regards to Chef holding it, and because you already see a past history of just shit just not being.
There's a pattern.
Right. Okay, I get it.
On both ends.
Damn. And we just getting started, y'all. I ain't even getting to the hard questions yet. Damn, this is the game. It's always the game, though. It's always the game that bring out the shit. So, excuse me.
I don't have no problem, mind you. I just want to add, I don't have a problem with none of these people. I don't have a problem. I don't have an issue.
No, you're just speaking how you really feel. Like, I mean, and that's how it should be. I mean, because otherwise you would be fake. And, you know, they always say they hate fakeness on this app, so. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. Nitra, this one should be easy.
She's a flower growing in the garden.
Yes, we love FOE over here, and I just seen you in the panel recently. So I was like, this one should be easy. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or he's a flower growing in the garden, Genty.
He's a flower growing in the garden.
Period. Hey, Candy Girl. Speaking of, you are on the list, so excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden, Candy.
I don't know.
That's fair. Is it because you're still getting to know her, or is it because...
No, I had blocked her. I had blocked her when I saw who she sat around and how she picked, at the time, how she was navigating with those people. I didn't like it. So I ended up blocking her. She had caught a stray because of the people she associated with.
May I ask and be messy, who is she? Are you talking about...
All those people.
Is it somebody that you have recently got a legal situation with that you're talking about? Or somebody else?
At the time, somebody else.
Is
it was a whole lot of, all of them, yeah. Every last one of them except Braid.
Okay. I'm about to say, I just needed to figure out which group, you feel saying you were talking about, and then I could figure out the rest.
Yeah, so...
As soon as I figured out the head, I could figure out the rest.
Yeah, so Edna, what's her name? Franchise, HB. Who else? Cash. Them. Yeah. Erica, all of them.
Oh shit. Some of these names is gonna be hard on this list.
Am I still blocked? No, you're not blocked on this page. It says follow back.
No.
Go ahead, Sh3Go.
Okay. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden.
I wasn't being messy. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, God, help me, Lord.
I wasn't trying to be messy. I was not trying to be funny. Damn, I'm so sorry.
That shit slid in. That's why I was like, I'm trying not to laugh, Lord, but it slid in so perfectly, and I heard it. I'm just gonna be quiet.
This how
Excuse
I
me,
get in trouble
bitch.
now. Because I was not trying to be messy when I said that. That's crazy.
Hey, this is messy talk. This is a messy talk interview. You see it
I
in the
wasn't trying to be
hashtag.
messy just now, though. I wasn't trying to be messy just now, though. I'm sorry, Candy. I was not
Okay.
trying to be messy. I wasn't
Look,
trying
and
to
she
be
even
shady
said this
either.
is good to me. So look, she ain't taking it as mess because I know Candy ass should have been like, bitch. Should have been quick in the
I
comments.
really wasn't.
Hey, Rizzy. So excuse me, bitch. I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. Glock.
Excuse me, bitch. I beg your fucking pardon.
Why?
Because she's fake.
So your reason for believing, or is it what happened?
So Glock does this thing where she likes to associate herself with people who she deems to be like big content creators. So the time when I was like coming up, all of a sudden Glock was in my live trying to be seen, asking me for my number, trying to have conversations on the back end. I didn't entertain her back end conversations. Glock likes to try to have conversations about other individuals that she knows that you're beefing with. For whatever reason, I don't understand. However, I don't roll like that. Can't no bitch ever come out and be like, yeah, Rozay was talking shit about you, ex. But I don't play like that. So she was trying to do that. I distanced myself from her. I didn't like that shit at all. However, on the front end, we had conversations like publicly. Private, we're not doing that. We're not doing it at all. And so I didn't like her behavior. I didn't like the fact that she would gravitate towards individuals. I seen her do it with Dime. When me and Dime was going into it, all of a sudden she was in Dime space, trying to have conversations with Dime, talking about she want to talk to Dime on the back and all kind of shit. I watched her do it. And I'm like, so you just sit around people who you think are big content creators and you do use the repetitive cycle. I don't do the back end shit. I don't like that. I don't know you like that. But she was cool at the time when she was just a gifter and she wasn't trying to be a content creator and try to be a host. And then people, I believe, put a battery in her back and made her think that she was important. And so she started placing herself into situations that had nothing to do with her and acting as if she was a mediator for everybody. Meanwhile, she was just being fucking messy and wanted to know the business and wanted to know the tea personally instead of waiting for TikTok.
Damn. I didn't know that all that was there. When I tell you, like, I do my research, I did my research, but I didn't find that specific beef. Sinister, tell her to message me, and I hope that he feels better.
Yeah, that's what
Please.
started it. And then from there, like as time progressed and then the situation with the court, all that stuff, when people decided that they wanted to throw out different kind of threats because I referenced something that happened to her child, saying that I wouldn't want my mother to go through the same things that you experienced, that type of pain and grief. So I don't think that wishing or speaking to someone's unalivement would be suitable for an individual who lost their child due to unalivement, right? So she decided, well, you don't speak on my child at all. I'll unalive that girl, body bag. And I was like, bet. And so, yeah.
So I got a question. And you can consider it messy. You can also not answer, but I consider this a part of my serious questions. Thank you, Candy. Um, Glock did attempt to help you when you had that situation, correct? You know what situation I'm talking about, right? With the person that you now have a legal situation
No,
with.
she never did. Glock could have called my phone if she felt so strongly about it. She
Hold
has my
on.
number. She's not blocked. Glock never called me. She called the other party and she wanted to stay on the phone while me and that individual had a conversation. In fact, she also then told the person to leave after the fact via text messages. However, at the time, she was on the fucking phone and I told the bitch to end the motherfucking call.
So wait, you said she called the other party, but she never contacted you?
No, honey. And even when she sent that threat my way, she still never called me. She wanted to have a conversation on $2 panel. Yeah. And that's the word on the curb.
That's insane. Because you were the victim technically in the situation.
No,
I thought that she
I
spoke to
wasn't a victim
both.
at all. I was just centering myself.
Not, you know what I mean. And I'm not going to say that. I mean, because I'm going to call it how it is. But to say that she didn't call you at all, but contacted the person that was the aggressor in the situation is
Why would
insane.
she call me? She don't fuck with me. She liked the mess, remember? There's a reason why I said that. She liked the mess. She liked to get to the mess first. She don't give a fuck about resolve. Because if she did, her being old enough to be my mother, she should have shut that shit down for real. She didn't.
Girl, the oil is popping and I got burned a little bit. You see, I'm over here like, what? Like, but you are cooking. I can't say that. I mean, damn, I've been smelling fish since the interview started. And this smell like it got macaroni coming with it next. Y'all make sure y'all get y'all plates.
But I ain't got no beef though. It's all good.
No, that's why I said fish and macaroni. Ain't no beef. But there's plenty of fish and fried fish. And greens. Yes, Mega Mug. So, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or he's a flower growing in the garden. Hoover.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon. Why?
Damn, I'm trying to think that I got some easy ones, but it's like, damn.
So the reason why I said that for Hoover is because Hoover was behind the reason why Diamond thought I was talking shit about her on my panel the very first time me and Diamond ever fell out. He was one of those individuals that was telling her that I was talking shit about her and I was plotting against her and that was a problem, all kind of shit. So that day, me and Braid were sitting on the panel together. Somebody went over there and told her that I was talking shit while me and Braid, at the time, Braid was just a braider and he was always going on panel to panel talking about, hey, not too much on Diamond. I think y'all should reconcile. He was always a voice of reason at the time, right? Braid is sitting on the panel. That's the homie, right? We sitting down chopping it up. No conversation about Diamond in a negative way. In fact, what I was saying on the panel was that I think that it's crazy that people are really trying to separate me and Diamond. Diamond has my number. If me and Diamond ever had an issue, I would hope that she would contact me and ask me directly what's going on and not believe these people because they be lying. Me and Diamond had already had multiple conversations on the back end about whatever it is that we talked about. So I thought that we had an understanding. In fact, Diamond would tell me multiple times, people are going to try to separate you and I. So just stay vigilant, stay alert, pay attention, right? So someone goes and tells Diamond that I'm talking shit. I guess she thought it was a reputable source, aka Hoover and a lot of other individuals, and she believed it. She started talking shit immediately. I'm live. She's live. She started talking shit. They come in my live and tell me Diamond's dragging you. I said, I don't believe y'all. She would have no reason to drag me. I didn't do anything. What the fuck are y'all talking about? They're like, no, for real. She really is. Braid starts getting text messages telling him to drop from the panel because they don't want him to catch a stray. I'm like, he's like, and he says out loud, I'm not dropping from nowhere. This my homegirl. I fuck with her. Rozay's not doing anything. We're sitting here chilling. Ain't nobody gonna check shit. I can go wherever the fuck I want to go. Hoover leaves her live after they done got the comments hyped up. 2,000 people in her live like, we knew Rozay won shit. We knew Rozay was going to do this. We knew Rozay blah, 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 blah. It was just a matter of motherfucking time before this, that, and the third. She's like, yeah, you're right. BET Live gets up on her panel and said, I told you, didn't I tell you? Now activate, goddammit, activate. Diamond start going in. Rozay could suck on a COVID, it and die. She could bop, 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 bop. She a jealous ass bitch. Whoop, 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 whoop. I should have known from how she was sitting on the bop, 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 going ham. I'm sitting in my live like, I would never do that. I'm sitting here like, I ain't got no problem with her. I love her. I fuck with her. I support her. She a black woman. This, that, and the third. Hoover then goes from her live, comes to my live, and comes, I guess he gets a message or whatever the case may be. He comes to my live. He gets the message. So he comes to my live. He gets up on the panel. I said, hey, Hoover, what's up? He was like, hey, I got a question for you. So I said, what's up? He said, do you have a problem with Diamond? I said, hell no, I love Diamond. He said, what? I said, I love Diamond. What are you talking about? He's like, so you weren't talking shit? Bray says, no, she wasn't saying shit. It was the comments that was talking shit, trying to get her to talk shit, and she wouldn't. He said, oh, shit. He drops. Now I'm streaming the live. He goes to Diamond's live, get up on the panel. Diamond still yapping, going in. He get up on the panel and said, Diamond, stop. Diamond said, for what? What are you talking about? I knew what it was. He said, no, Diamond, I made a mistake. Stop. She like, what you mean? He said, she wasn't talking about you. She said, nah, I got the receipt. I got the message. He said, no, she wasn't talking about you. Diamond, stop. She said, well, it's too late for that now. He says, what you mean? Just chill. You can apologize. It's not too far. She said, it's too late for that now. By that time, they done sent me the clip of the shit that she said. By that night, I was acting like Diamond. In the club, we be vibing. Let's go. That night, I was on her ass. And everybody in her shit, in her camp, was in my live laughing at her. I never talked shit about her. I never said, fuck her. She got me bop, bop. No, I just pretended to be her. I did a skit. I put my wig to the front. She had me fucked up, so I pretended to be her. Because that's how I responded to me being hurt at the fact that she played on my top. Instead of me dragging her, I just played her and showed her herself. I showed her how silly she looked. And people came into the live and we were all laughing and having a good time. By the morning, she was on live crying, talking about how she Bible scriptures and some more shit. And she cried so hard till they put her on the motherfucking #1 spot on the podium. Gifted her so she would stop fucking crying. And she said, I was big motherfucking Diamond after she was crying. And then I went live and I went and bought a motherfucking wig with braids and threw that bitch to the front of my forehead and acted like her again. And then I was done.
So how did
So
y'all
Hoover got
recover
me
after
fucked
that?
up. And then what made it worse, because I'm not done with Hoover. Then he had a conversation with fucking Thanos. Everybody named Mama heard Thanos threaten me that night when Roro brought me the information about Thanos. Didn't know shit about Thanos, never heard about Thanos, brought me the information about Thanos. I'm doing the shit that I always do, which I now call Word on the Curb, but we was doing recaps with Rozay. So I'm sitting here recapping the information and I'm going through the fucking emails and shit. And I'm like, it's too many fragments in this bitch. It's the numbers ain't adding up. I'm calculating the numbers not mathing. And then I'm like, okay, why are all these grammatical errors in the goddamn email? Nigga, you wrote this shit. Why the hell would your lawyer be using a Gmail, nigga, and not a at info or .com? Because for me, with my business, my shit is info@com. Why doesn't your motherfucking lawyer have a .com or info, something that is giving business? Why don't I see headers that show that it is a motherfucking business? If you're getting it from a lawyer, that's lawyer documentation. It should show that. I'm not a fool. I said, this is made up. This is some bullshit. This nigga gets mad. He get up in the live. His girlfriend, who he was beefing with at the time, come up in the panel. Long story short, this nigga threatened me on the damn panel. After that, this is before me and Diamond fell all the way the fuck out. I said, he said he's going to the gala. People had already bought my ticket to the gala. He said he going. So I said, well, if he's going and he's threatening me, I don't feel comfortable going to the gala knowing that he's going to be there because he's threatening me. I didn't do anything to warrant that threat. I wasn't fucking with him. There were 6 different lives discussing his shit, but he chose mine to attack. After he attacked mine, he went and set up on somebody else's panel and freely had the conversation with them, but made it a big deal for Rozay. Thanos and Hoover was having that conversation. Thanos and Hoover talked about me on the back end. Thanos and Hoover's messages came back up almost a year later, with proof that he was trying to set me up at the gala that I had attended. And Hoover said nothing. And they all gaslit me and told me that I was lying on a black man and I can't be trusted. And they're discrediting me. And even tried to call me a motherfucking drunk because that night I had been drinking, but I was not drunk. So no, it's a no for Hoover. And he smiled and hugged me at the fucking gala. And while having a whole conversation with Thanos about coming to the gala anyway after he was not invited.
Now, I didn't know he smiled and hugged you, but I did remember the part.
It's on a video where the nigga walked up. Let me pull the clip.
I'm not saying I believe.
I'm gonna show y'all how flawed a nigga is. I'm gonna pull the clip. Give me 2 seconds.
Well, we love a good receipt.
On
I'm
live,
not saying you a liar.
on live, this nigga walked up to me and hugged me in front of everybody.
In the meantime, can y'all bop that screen while we are getting the receipts? Because we love a good receipt. I ain't gonna never hold up a receipt. Please make sure to share the live out because we still have a lot of questions. This is only one section of the messy tea of the night, and this is actually still in the game portion. Thank y'all for being here. In the trap, you can get your snacks, your drinks, your smoke, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the show.
Can y'all see it good? That's Manny walking me up. That's Laugh.
What was said? Oh, baby Rozay is in the motherfucking building. It's the garden. Hey y'all. Hey y'all. y'all doing?
Hoover.
We here now. Come here. We here now, like all the like what you want to call it, TikTok dudes. We here now. We gonna have a good time. Everybody, I told y'all when people meet each other, all that animosity, all that bullshit go to the side. So it's a good time tonight. Y'all enjoy the virtual show, and I'm out. Thank you.
Hug me.
Oh, so sweet.
Next question.
Damn, I was waiting for it. And I was waiting for that too to see who initiated it. You was definitely standing right there. He went for the old.
I don't never go out my way.
All right, let me try to hopefully make this easy because we got to get back to some more questions. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon. Or she's a flower growing in the garden. QL. Right there too.
She's a flower growing in the garden.
Okay, was there any reason for a pause, or you was just making sure you thought about it?
Because QL be playing. She know what she be doing.
Okay. All right, so let me get into some more questions. And for everybody that's put in the comments, this is real and raw. Y'all could thank Slim, Dime. Who else came up here and told me that my shit was boring and I need to get to some more messy shit faster because y'all attention span is short. Whoever else said that, y'all could thank them because that's the reason why I'm running these questions the way I am. But y'all still got
be tapping that screen though and send some gifts. Y'all tap the screen if y'all enjoying the live. Put some white hearts if y'all enjoying the live.
Period. Ooh. And y'all still got platform questions, so don't play me because we're going to still get to know who Rozay is. Which, speaking of, Rozay, where did you begin singing and which one do you love more, that or makeup?
I like makeup more. And I began singing in church.
I knew it. That's why I said, where did you begin singing? Because I was like, she just gives choir. Little child, first one in the front that's like, Tina Turner, the one that's like the loudest. Y'all remember that scene when the movie started? Jesus, no, my Jesus told me. Yeah.
You know what's crazy though? I always like to hide in the back, believe it or not. I don't like lead singing or none of that shit. I haven't, when I was younger, I did not have the confidence to be a lead singer. I sometimes don't. I've been like getting out of my bubble as of recently, like trying to do like talent shows on TikTok and stuff like that. But I never did. I don't like my voice.
I think you sound beautiful. That's crazy. I think you sound beautiful. And I did just see that, Dr. Stone, in my research, your audition for Miss Deb. And one, I give you major kudos because even though, people have their comments about you needing to take criticism, it is hard to be on an app in front of God knows how many because you only see the number of people that are in the room. You don't know who's watching from outside the room. And then you are doing this in front of a major manager. And then on top of that, you're explaining to us now that you most times like to be in the back. You're still getting used to singing in front of people. That's a huge step. So I can understand, that it puts a lot more perspective now into you being in that environment and taking, the criticism in front of people might have been a lot more difficult for you because you don't even like singing in front of people.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I get that. I think you did amazing. And I think you should be extremely proud that even though you don't like singing in front of people, that judge was heavily into you and your voice. And you could tell when you finally like hit the note that she wanted, she was just like, yes. And I was like so happy for you. So I know that if you want to, you could take that a lot further. But I also know from somebody that used to sing myself that if it is a hobby for you, that if it is a hobby for you,
I feel better.
Yeah, she had a little bit of a headache. She going through
Glad you feel better.
She going through girl times. I ain't gonna say much further. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Can I use your bathroom?
Go use your bathroom. I'm about to say you don't want people to hear you on this camera using the bathroom. So whichever venture you do decide to take, I do know that you put a lot of passion into it. And also knowing that you were an artist before all this, it does explain why you have such passion behind your art. So I hope that you just continue to take it further, be it makeup or singing. Whichever one you're both talented in. So we can't wait to see it.
Thank you.
Now, controversial topic, because people always seem to bring this up against you. Is there a reason why you still live with your mom or no reason at all? And how do you feel about people constantly commenting about that?
Still live with my mom means that I never moved out.
You moved out of your mom's house?
Huh?
You moved out your mom's house?
When I was like 17.
So why were they saying that then?
Because they need anything to talk about. I moved out my mom's house when I was 17. I was living on my own. That is when they made fun of me being homeless. And I was like, I was homeless on purpose because I was hard-headed. And that was around the time where I had a misdemeanor. They brought up me shoplifting soap and toothbrush and toothpaste. And it was because I was hard-headed, big-ass Taurus. So I ended up being homeless, living in my car and trying to work at McDonald's and all kind of stuff. And trying to be independent. And then eventually got my own apartment doing so, working 2 jobs, going to school. And I had been on my own since then. And then later on, I won't tell all my business because they'll use it against me. I came out of a very domestic relationship and became a flight attendant. So Delta literally saved my life. Literally. Literally saved my life. And I ended up moving to Minnesota. And that is when y'all met me. Running from a domestic relationship. As a flight attendant, all I did was work. And all I did was fly. And sleep and fly. And fly and sleep. And sleep and fly some more. And then around this time, we're still grieving the loss of my dad. My mom has known him since she was 18 years old. And he died. And we watched him die. I'm not going to go into detail because they'll use it against me. Okay. And I tried to transfer back to Georgia. They wouldn't let me because I was still so junior. I was a junior flight attendant. I didn't have enough tenure to move. So I begged and I pleaded and I pleaded and I begged to come back. They said no. My mom's mental health was deteriorating. So I chose my mom. And I put in my 2 weeks notice. And I drove from Minnesota all the way back to Georgia to save my mom. And I've been here ever since. And she's better now. So I'm happy. And I just decided to go back to school. So yeah. Sorry, y'all.
Don't apologize, girl. Take a deep breath because I almost had to. Oof. That's heavy. Still a little choked up. That is heavy. I am so sorry that people are coming for your living situation, not knowing everything you went behind and the reason why you were in the current living situation you were in. And somebody in the comments put it perfectly well. Thank you for that. You hid that well because I would have never known that was your story. Especially when, you know, people are making the comments and you have an excellent way of doing humor. So you'd be like, yeah, bitch, I live with my mama and way. It's like, we never got the story. But that's heavy. And you don't have to apologize for being human. You also don't have to apologize for being honest and being transparent. I feel like I need to apologize for asking the question without knowing. So I apologize. That's really heavy. That's really heavy. And that is true. Everybody has a story, so don't judge. Whew. And somebody said makeup didn't move. I know that's right. All right. So while we are already on the subject, how does your mom feel about your platform?
So my mom enjoyed it up until the amount of backlash that I started getting on TikTok. And she wanted me to just delete the app because she couldn't believe how they were coming at me. Because this is not my first time on social media. So my mom always supported me being on, because she felt like I have a voice, I should use it. That's what they raised me to, to speak out. And so my mom knows that people always want to hear from me some way, somehow, whatever it may be. And it wasn't until some of this stuff that was going on over here on TikTok that made her feel like, fuck them folks. Like, get up off that shit, because they're trying to ruin your life and they're speaking like so negatively. And my mom knows how I am. She knows how I take things personally. And I internalize things that I shouldn't. And so yeah, she doesn't like it anymore. Especially when people started calling her phone and doxed the house that we live in. Yeah, my mom was cool. My mom she ain't fucking with it.
Calling your mama saying what?
That we have children in the house. And we're in a CULT. So
y'all are weird. Like I have beef with this people on this app, but I've never had beef to the point where I want to involve myself in anybody's personal life, because I don't even have the time to do that shit. And the fact that some of y'all even have the time to do that is insane. But as far as your mom not wanting you to be on here, I understand that, because my mama don't want me on here with none of y'all either. She been told me to leave this shit 2 years ago. She said, please get the hell up off that app. She said, I'm tired of hearing you scream at these people, because she heard me arguing with y'all one time and she did not like that. She thought I was arguing with one of my niggas. I'm over here arguing with y'all ass. So she was like, you need to get up off the app. She was like, if it's messing with your mental health like that, it's time to go. So I understand that they're just looking out for your best interest. And that's what a mama's supposed to do. So let's get into some mess. Why did you and Susu fall out, and why is she no longer a mod?
I never had beef with Susu. I never had Edna. So I'm going to call her Edna. I never had beef with Edna. Edna decided to remove herself after my Discord just so happened to be exposed. Even though there was nothing that I had done, really. It was just people in a server of about roughly 600 and something people in the server. And it had never been exposed. Because for what? The shit was messy. But I never really talked. I never really said anything. Nothing ever really came out of me saying anything outlandish, out the way. It was just the fact that just privacy was broken in my Discord. Nothing crazy. Nobody ever said nothing wild. Now, out of all these Discords, nobody said nothing outlandish. It was just the fact that privacy was broken. I created a safe space and it was broken. And she said that she was going to remove herself. She was going to rebrand, change the name. The name was supposed to be about her family, her growth, her child, and her religion. And she named it Susu's World. And she said she was going to unfollow everybody, but it was no beef. She was unfollowing everyone because she didn't want to be in the mess because it was becoming too much. Cool. And so I then saw her in Bray's Live. And I was like, girl, what you doing over here? She was like, something about, I think they were, at the time they was talking about somebody's kids or something. She was advocating for that. And then she said she was going to no longer be a part of Messy Talk anymore. She just was advocating for that situation, whatever it was. And then from there, she became a mod there. And then it went from there. And then, yeah. And I guess she decided to be shady and messy and shade me. while HB was shading me. And when I heard it, I went off. They tried to justify it with, it was just a little shade. But me and you ain't never played like that. I ain't never had no problem with you, you know? And so from there, HB then doxes my mother's address, my parents, on her live stream, Susu's, aka Edna's live stream. And then I took it to hell. And then the information about the shit that she did, her charges, I went to TikTok to find it. And then I talked about it. She wanted to talk about my misdemeanor, so I talked about her felony. So no, I didn't start beef with Edna. I had no beef with Edna. I enjoyed Edna until she had me fucked up to fit in. And then so she decided to become friends with all the people I had beef with. Trina, and HB, and anybody else that I ever had a problem with, she became friends with. And she talked shit about every last one of them. Every last one. And not because I was just talking shit, because she just genuinely just didn't fuck with them at all. Didn't like them. Didn't like their characteristics.
So I do have to ask the question. Y'all said y'all wanted a messy interview, so y'all gonna get more messy interviews. From what you just stated, maybe it's what I heard. That's why I'm gonna ask for clarity. Do you feel like she used your platform to build her own?
They all come at me to build a platform up. Anytime anybody has ever really gotten bigger to get the numbers, they attack me. I believe, personally, they attack me. The numbers gonna jump up when you talking shit about Rozay. Respectfully, it's a whole lot of people who, for some reason, don't like me. So them niggas gonna get into the live and they all gonna band together and talk shit. If you was to do it right now, Sh3Go, all of a sudden have a problem with me and you talking shit about Rozay, them numbers gonna jump.
So no offense, while we already in the game, I think we should wait for the game. But did you want to mention anybody else in that day before I get to the game? Because the game might expose some of them.
Do I want to mention what?
Because you said they, as in plural, like they come to you and they get numbers. So who else do you feel got numbers off of you besides Susu?
Talking shit about me? Mm-hmm. I feel like anybody that you ever heard talk shit about me, they had numbers for talking shit about me.
Oh, no offense, y'all. We're going to go down the list because I know if I got a list that people talk shit about me, then I know Rozay got damn list. Because it just happens in this business. I mean, it's y'all messy. I see y'all throwing names. Some of these names will be brought up in questions. But we will see. And not her over smiling. Like, you got me nervous now really about these questions. But so I definitely feel like getting to the questions and getting to the game will figure out some more of these people that she feel used her for numbers. So how do you feel about Diamond currently?
I don't.
That's the easiest way to put. Okay. Somebody had already mentioned the name, so let's go and get into that topic. Towelgate. How did you and therapist meet?
TikTok. Thank you, Denise.
And was it a particular live? And what was the conversation?
I think she told me that she saw me on Diamond's live. And she just started coming into my live. And she would be like trying to support, like sending gifts. So that's how I met her.
So we know why you and therapist fell out. For those of you that don't know, I'm not getting ready to go down that long ass trail of shit. Okay, just look up Towelgate, messy talk. I'm pretty sure you will find out the entire thing. Matter of fact, if you go on YouTube, you will probably get a whole 2-hour live on it. But we know why you and therapist fell out. My question is, do you have any regrets? And was there motive behind why you all interacted?
I won't say regrets. I'll say that I learned from my mistakes. Because me and her had already had a similar situation like that before I really even knew her, that made us fall out the first time. And then like I was like, oh well, I'll just give you a chance, because she was heavily trying to influence me to give her another chance. So it's like, all right, gave her another chance, and then all that shit popped off. And I think that, and I was talking about this earlier, it's actually crazy. I think that the mistake that I made was trying to explain myself to people who didn't want to hear me. So I was trying to explain myself to people who were choosing to misunderstand me and had already had their own ideas of me.
So, 2 more questions. One of them messy and one of them is funny. Let me go and get to the messy one. So, with therapist being a therapist and with your age, do you feel she manipulated your mindset to get with you?
Yes.
Well, that was very fast. Okay. All right. And the second question, I do want to expound on that in a minute, but I want to get to this funny question real quick to try to lighten it. You said that the towel was visibly dirty. Did it stink?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Okay, and before I get off this subject, how do you feel she manipulated your mindset?
So it's a thing that people use where they condition you. And so she would have this thing where she would like play innocent or play confused. And she would always say like, I want to get to know you for who you really are. I don't care about social media. Fuck them. I see that you're a good person, kind of thing. Like almost like trying to be like the white knight kind of thing. And throughout that whole process, like she would be asking me different kind of questions, which is normal when you're trying to talk to somebody or whatever. But I realized that she would ask me questions and would be actually giving me a test. So she would be asking me psychological questions unbeknownst to me and be putting it into her server to see what kind of person that I was. And then she would then like justify it with, oh, I'm just trying to get to know you. It's just like, like 21 questions kind of thing. It's not that serious. We're both into psychology. So, I want to get deeper into you and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I don't like that. It would be stuff like we would be having a conversation and she would try to talk about other people and I wouldn't respond to it. And she'd be like, you can trust me. And I'd be like, I don't have nothing to say about these people for real. It would be me like, she would talk about her wanting to build up her platform, wanting to do more because she wants to turn some of her supporters into, clientele. She wants to transfer over that clientele, that support to clientele or whatever. And so like she knew that I had at the time, my platform was pretty freaking big. So I would have my people go to her shit to support her platform. And it wasn't the fact that she was asking me to do it. When a person is suggesting, like speaking certain things, like it's almost like a pull on you to do it, right? Especially if you're trying to talk to them or you're trying to get to know them or you're trying to be nice to them or you're trying to, you're showing care. They will line up certain conversations to where you feel back to a corner to say yes or to say, okay, I'll do it. And so that's what was happening to me. And then when the whole like fallout thing happened, her hitting the live button and talking about me after the shit just happened, her talking about me and the situation, but just not saying my name is extremely triggering, especially when we had a whole like conversation, damn near argument about the same shit. And so you go to get my attention on social media, the one place that like, I don't like my business on social media, nothing about whatever the fuck we got going on. If we're friends talking whatever the fuck, don't bring it to social media. And her knowing that was a trigger for me, she did it. And so she would just talk about me and not say my name. that's triggering as fuck. And so she would mask it, and everybody else justify her behaviors by saying, well, she never said your name. We would have known if you didn't say anything. But that's the thing, though. She knew what she was doing.
I'm getting it. Like you mentioned earlier, you stated that she would have conversations that would back you into a corner to agree. And for those that don't get it, if I say I don't want to talk to you, and then you go on live and subliminally talk about me, knowing that I have a larger platform and supporters that are going to bring that to me, you're low-key manipulating me into talking to you. So it's kind of like the same pattern where it's like when I say I want to do something, you're manipulating me into doing what you want me to do. So did I get that right? That's what I was getting from it. She might have got a phone call, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all continue to tap the screen. I know you guys are enjoying this. I don't do sub only. I really don't even make anybody gift. I ask for them, but I don't make anybody do anything because we're all adults. But y'all can bop that damn screen. That y'all can do. For those who could then continuing to tap the screen, I greatly appreciate it. But Rozay, did I get it right? Where basically she's manipulating you to make or in your words, I'm sorry, she's manipulating you to make a decision that you weren't originally gonna make if she didn't back you into that.
Yeah. So It would be like, because it's so much to even. It's so much to even explain, and I know I'm speaking so vaguely that this will probably be spun into some other shit. I already, bro. Anyway, I just
no, I'm getting it. I fully got it.
It would just be like just it's like reverse psychology. And when I would be calling her out on it, she would play dumb, or she'll be like, "Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm tripping. I know, I'm sorry." And then at one point I'd be like, are you trying to be my fucking therapist? Or are you trying to get to know me? Like, what is it? Because it's giving that you trying to like psychoanalyze me, and I don't like that. And she'd be like, I'm just trying to get to know you. I'm like, that's not how you get to know somebody. Like, that's weird. Stop trying to psychoanalyze me because you don't know me. You think you understand me because of social media. Like the parasocial relationship turned from parasocial relationship to now real life. You're viewing me as the creator on TikTok and not who I am. And so at that point, she would see the things that people were saying about me. She would come to me and say the things that she didn't like about me. And then when she got mad, she turned around and used all that shit against me and said everything that everybody else said. And because she was in close proximity to me, they believed her.
So I definitely get the manipulative mindset thing now. Like, thank you for expounding on that because I definitely get it. We were talking about therapists for those who are asking and for those who are just tuning in.
Oh, and one more thing. And that was one of the reasons for why I had that conversation on the back end for the people who I thought I could trust to hear how she actually talks to me, what the fuck she actually says. Because in that conversation, she was saying that she knew that she was doing it on purpose because she was mad at me. She knows that I don't behave that way, but she's mad at me. So she's using that shit against me because I wouldn't talk to her. So I did have that conversation with people that I thought I could trust, who recorded the conversation, gave it to HB. Then when HB heard the conversation, she realized I was not being malicious. I wasn't being on no fuck shit. It was me. Whatever recording that HB had got would have proved that she had me fucked up and not the other way around. At that time, they were trying to prove that I was playing with therapists. Whole time she was playing with me. And because I wouldn't come to the internet and say blast everything, she was using that against me. And so she would say all the wild shit she was saying, and I'd be over here stressed the fuck out, literally stressed, because I'm like, bro, she got me fucked up. She would be coming into my lives, playing games in my comments. Proxy even had the recordings of her playing in my comments, and they go sit her bitch ass on Dime Live and play like I'm this terrible ass person. And them niggas is running with it because they don't like me.
Yeah, and that has to be hard that you got to kind of just like sit on it, wait, collect your receipts and not say anything, knowing that you got 5,000 million things you want to say. Because I know me, I'll be quick as hell to say something. So I get exactly though why you did what you did, because sometimes it's better to play the long game than to respond immediately. And that's
but I also realized playing the long game didn't help me because then it seemed like I was just lying. I was making up shit, or I was justifying. It didn't help me. So it was like I was damned if I did. I was damned if I didn't. Even though the receipts that I had would have vindicated me and had motherfuckers understanding, I was trying to explain myself to people who did not like me. That was the problem. Nobody asked me what happened. They just took her shit and ran with it and chose her side because she's just the innocent therapist who's just nice and she just wants to be seen and wants to be. Meanwhile, that bitch will be cussing motherfuckers the fuck out. And even in the process of everything, she ended up cussing out almost each and every one of them. Disrespecting almost each and every one of them. And when I told them that she would do it, them niggas didn't believe it until she cussed their ass out.
Well, the only thing I can really say about that is you already said it in the beginning. Like, when you try to prove yourself to people and keep responding to stuff, it never helps. For real, for real. Those who really fuck with you will believe you from the beginning, and those who don't are not going to believe you from the beginning to the end. And that's just the way it goes on this app, unfortunately, even if you have receipts. So before we get into the next topic, I'm going to do another word on the curb. Word on the curb is Trina and Susu just fell out. Knowing both of them, who do you think was right?
I didn't even see what happened. I don't know what happened.
That's why I said knowing both of them, like from what you know about them, who do you think was right in the situation?
Was right? I don't know about right. I wouldn't be able to answer that. Right? I can't answer that.
Okay, so I'm gonna change the question then. How do you feel about them falling out?
I knew it was gonna happen.
Is there a specific reason?
Because for me, I felt like Edna didn't like Trina at first. She used to talk a lot of shit about Trina. So there was that. And I knew that a part of her even befriending Trina wasn't because she just liked Trina. It was because her proximity to HB and Braid King. So she tolerated her. And then through there, I guess like she had to keep it up, and seeing everybody else supporting her, she had to fall in line and do the same thing. However, I would see how Trina was treated in her spaces when I was watching. And I would see how they would berate Trina, disrespect Trina, play in Trina's face, and they would say nothing. And then when Trina got a little hostile, it would be calm, be calm. Or y'all doing too much. Hold on. But then like keep it going, just tone it down a little bit. And they would talk cash money shit about Trina. And they would let it happen often. So I don't think that they're friends. I think that they're more associates. But I don't believe that they're friends. I also believe that Trina has a problem with giving her loyalty to individuals who don't deserve it. And giving people benefit of doubt when she sees exactly who they are. That's a flaw of hers. Because she really does want to have a community, and she does want to have people who care about her and stuff like that. And she tends to give a lot of herself to people who don't deserve it. And even though she got flaws, Trina, she has a lot of flaws. She also has a big heart. And she be making mistakes. And it doesn't matter the age. So yeah.
It's crazy that you said that you feel they're associates, because me being messy, there was a comment that was made by Susu when she was reading Trina earlier, where she stated that they were like, quote unquote, sisters at one point. They were talking on the back end, they have each other's phone numbers and things like that. So your perspective is not only very interesting, it does add up with the read that we heard today, because even people were saying in the comments, like you could tell by the read today, like there was already some disdain there.
She didn't like Trina. She probably still doesn't like Trina. She tolerates her.
Well, damn. I mean, it makes sense. Like I said, it makes sense. I mean, especially the people that you mentioned that she is in cahoots with, Braid and HB and
Proximity.
proximity. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. So it's yeah, damn. Okay, so let's get to the next question before I get too deep. So we're gonna get into the game again for a second before I get into another deep topic. The game is Excuse Me, Bitch, I Beg Your Pardon, or She or He, depending on the creator and name, is a flower growing in the garden. So for those of y'all that are just tuning in, because I've seen the numbers that went a little higher, which by the way, bought the screen. Let's try to get to 50K at least. We're going to name a creator. If the creator is someone that Rozay feels like should not be in the garden, she's going to say, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, and is going to give the reason why. If she feel like the person is a flower that can grow in the garden or somebody that, is a seed that has a possibility to grow in the garden, she will go ahead and say he or she is a flower growing in the garden. So, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or he's a flower growing in the garden, Manny.
Manny is shady. He's a flower growing in the garden. Oh, Manny.
You cannot hate Manny. We all know that Manny is messy, but it's like you gotta have Manny around, bro. You gotta have Manny around. Knowing that Manny is a shady flower, so they gotta go in their own little pot so that way they don't fuck up the other flowers. But Manny still gotta go in the garden somewhere.
Yeah, he gotta be in the shrub somewhere over here in the corner.
I feel that. So excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden, friends with attitude.
She's a flower growing in the garden.
Good. See, this is turning out so much nicer than the last round. All right, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden, $2.
She's a flower growing in the garden.
I'm getting so excited. See, I was getting scared. You had me scared from the last round, child. Period. Okay, shout out to $2. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or he's a flower growing in the garden. This one should be easy. Braid King.
He's a flower growing in the garden.
Period.
Sometimes I be having to spray the weed spray on him. Sometimes
be growing everywhere. Be growing everywhere.
Sometimes I gotta. What the fuck?
Don't make me spit out my drink. I'm glad that I held that hell, because Lord knows y'all saw that
Dang.
all over this camera. Okay. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. We've already talked about it, and I already know what you're going to say. So, Susu.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon.
You don't have to give the reason because you gave a very great explanation. I don't think you need to do that again. Okay. And if you missed it, y'all will catch it on YouTube later. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden, Georgia Peach.
She's a flower growing in the garden.
Okay. Any hesitation, or
yes.
Let's say because yes, there's hesitation, or yes, she's a flower.
There was hesitation.
Okay.
And it's only so the reason why she's a flower is because we've had a conversation about how I felt about certain things. So we good. So yeah.
Out of respect for y'all having a conversation about it, I'm gonna let that go. Because I don't ever like to re-bring up shit that's already been laid to rest.
Oh, I can say what it is. I don't give a fuck.
Well, what is it then?
It was how they chose therapist side and didn't ask me no questions.
I get that. Okay, I didn't even know it was gonna be that, and it's crazy because we just finished talking about that situation. But okay, was it the lives like being held and listening to her? Okay,
lives.
Okay,
constant letting her speak but berating me and making it seem like I'm the problem.
I remember that.
I'm the problem.
The last person was Georgia Peach Sinister. All right, let's get into some men. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or he's a flower growing in the garden, Kev.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon.
And the reason why.
His mouth. And not the fact that he's a duntulous. It's just the fact.
Are you talking about the teeth or what he says?
No, that's why I said it's not the fact of him being a duntulous, which means toothless. It's the
Girl,
fact
that big ass word for toothless just took me. I'm gonna start saying that, bitch. I'm not a duntulous whore. Sorry, that just took me out. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Hey, that was some reading rainbow shit for real. What's that mean?
I read for real. No, but it was just his mouth. It's his mouth. It's the things that he said to me when I first met him. It was the way that I was gaslit when I first met him, and I knew it was in defense of Slim. It was around that damn coalition bullshit, and I was just genuinely asking questions. I wasn't trying to be into shit. I just wanted to know, like, how do y'all decipher who these people who's supposed to be leaders? Because everybody got a pass. So like it was just me asking genuine questions. They was like, you don't want to be a part. You want to be a part of it. You want to be in the. You mad that they ain't nobody choose you? I was like, I don't give a fuck about y'all damn shit because the shit didn't even last. It didn't even start. Okay, so. It didn't start. And I feel like if y'all had answered the questions effectively, then it would have been something. However, y'all didn't want to answer those questions because y'all had all the answers. And so, hey, they said what they said.
Hey, that was true shade, but true tea. She said that bitch ain't even last. The bitch ain't even start. And it didn't. Like, we had a conversation that all of us was sitting here waiting. And it just never happened. It just never fucking happened. But the crazy thing is, I interviewed Nitra and I also interviewed Slim, who are both part of the coalition. Nitra was not willing to speak on why she felt like the coalition didn't work. She was like, that's a hard question. She pleaded fifth because it was in her game and she ended up pleading the fifth. Slim on the other I think I remember, don't quote me because I got to go back to Slim's interview, but I think I remember him saying that shit was stupid. That shit was dumb. He was like, that shit was
They was going hard on me. I'm talking about they was going hard. And people were trying to throw it in my face. He was trying to be a part of that shit. I said, no, I wasn't. I just know that I'm a part of this side of TikTok. And I felt like I should be able to ask questions. We should be able to ask questions. I ain't never been the kind of person to just go along with shit. It never gave that. And if y'all just gonna go along with shit, y'all are some motherfucking sheep. I ain't never been just a motherfucking sheep where a person could just tell me where to go and I follow. No, I got questions. Who are these people? Why did you choose them? What do they bring? And I don't give a fuck about their numbers. What do they bring? What are they bringing? And they ain't brought shit yet. Still waiting. So it's like, did all this. I asked questions. Motherfucker compared me to Diamond and T-Tom and the rest of them. You will never be like these people. You will never be like blah, 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 blah. You ain't gonna never be that. And I was like, he's saying I ain't shit, y'all. Oh, he's saying I ain't gonna never be shit. And I was in my feelings, and I was mad, and I said, y'all, he said I wasn't gonna be shit. He compared me to them and said I was gonna never be them. And I was like, oh, how dare he? Man, them motherfuckers was like, actually, Rozay, he actually never said those words out of his mouth, so you're a fucking liar. And I was like, but he said, well, he didn't actually say those here, page 72, line here. He actually never said those exact words. We know what it could imply. However, you're not in his brain, right? So you lie on that man. You're a fucking liar, Rozay. Because he never said those exact words. He just implied those things. And we can't go off implicit things. It has to be exact. Remember, you said that you're the word on the curb, right? You quote things verbatim, right? So how can you quote this specifically here? You're a fucking liar. We can't trust you, Rozay. You're not trustworthy. We can't depend on your word because you couldn't even quote him correctly. And he was talking about you, Rozay. You're a fucking liar. Liar, liar, pants on fucking fire. Burn the fucking garden. She's a fucking liar. She lies on black men. Kev, and shit like that. And shit like that. And I was like, and then I was like, okay, I lied. But I wasn't lying, but I lied, but I wasn't. Because he said, he implied, what he meant was. So yeah, that's the Rozay lied on Kev shit. That's what happened.
So I'm sorry that they told you will never be shit. I'm sorry. That's so funny. I'm sorry that they told you that because that is not funny. The funny thing is that the coalition wasn't shit. I mean, that's the whole irony.
Idea wasn't shit.
Like, it just went. And for those of y'all that are just tuning in that are new, because there's a lot of new people to Messy Talk, there was an attempt to be a coalition to fix Messy Talk when it got really, really bad in the mess.
Doxing, jobs were called, all that shit. Karen was coming at him. Aunt Karen took Kev's job. Kev didn't like that shit. So Kev was like, can we just have a peace treaty? You done took my
Everybody was trying to peace treaty. And the problem was they were trying to tell all of us creators this was going to be the rules for all of us. And we was like, nigga, hold on. Who said y'all coalition affect us? Like, and who said that y'all was the rulers? Like, bitch, like, this my fault. So it just went left, and then it didn't go anywhere.
God didn't ordain you to do this shit, nigga.
Exactly.
God didn't call you for this. The fuck?
It went left, and then it didn't go nowhere. So there's a quick synopsis of the coalition for those of y'all who've been wondering about that conversation. But that makes sense. So, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. Tea time.
She's a flower growing in the garden.
I appreciate you still having your honest opinion despite recent news, because everybody was in the comments waiting for you to be messy. And for those of you that are just tuning in, Rozay doesn't even know the full tea about what happened because she has been gone from Messy Talk. So I literally was only able to give her a quick synopsis. So it would be unfair for her to even make an opinion saying that she's not somebody that can be in the garden when they were cool before, and she still needs to figure out about the situation that happened today. Yes, you can ask. Somebody asked why the hesitation.
Because I have to realize that on TikTok, just because people have an opinion doesn't mean that they hate you. And just because people have an opinion and doesn't mean that they're against you. And just because they have an opinion and however that conversation may go, doesn't mean that I have to beef with them. Even if I don't like how the conversation went or how I was handled or how someone else was handled. I shouldn't internalize it that much.
I will say this is a perfect time to enter. Quick funny moment. I don't know if you know, you came for me one time. Hard. It was during a conversation during the election about Kamala, and I came up and basically was speaking about how I'm pro-Palestine, and that's why I'm still trying to figure out my decision in voting. And you was like, oh, if you pro-Palestine, well, that weave in your head came from Palestine and so much. I was like,
where's the lie?
damn! I was like, well, first off, my weave didn't come from Palestine. Thank you very much. I think it came from Taiwan. Like, second off, like, I was like, I just had an opinion. I don't know. I was like, does she not like me? And the only reason why I'm bringing that up is because I was speaking about prejudgment earlier and reaching out for the interview. I was like, look, the worst thing she could say is, bitch, hell no. Nah. You know what I'm saying? And then I'll know that she don't like me. Or she can block me. You know what I'm saying? And then I'll know that she don't like me. But when you reached out and was like, sure. I was like, oh, see, I thought she was going to be like, hell no. Because of that last interaction we had. But sometimes, especially in debate talk and in spaces where there's topics, you'll have a disagreement with somebody, but that doesn't necessarily mean you don't like them. So I definitely get that shit with that answer you just gave, T-Time, because a disagreement doesn't always mean I hate you. It just means I didn't agree with you at that moment. So excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. Bella.
She's a flower growing in the garden.
That's surprising. Didn't y'all have an issue before?
I had an issue with everybody. we just had an issue, remember? Palestine.
But it was very small, though. I mean, our issue was very small. I mean, I ain't talking about that was an issue for it. That was a disagreement during the debate. I mean, you and Bella actually had an issue where you were like previously our mod and there was a split. So how were you able to reconcile from that?
Well, we ain't never really had like no, let's sit down and kumbaya and hug it out and eat each other's coochie. But I don't know. I think sometimes like when things I feel like some things don't have to keep getting like opened back up and talked about. I believe that as adults we can kind of just move on and exist. And sometimes it doesn't have to be a well fuck you, that's just it. I think people make mistakes across the board. Everybody makes mistakes with people. You don't know them, right? And you don't know everybody's intentions. And we're all individuals and we all messy talk well, at the time. And so was I being messy when I unblocked $2? Absolutely. Why? Because the motherfucker said bring the motherfucker in here. And I was like, say less. So I was doing my job, I thought. And I did like I really thought I was doing my job.
Hey, shit, it worked. Like, technically, you did do your job. It worked.
Baby. And then that happened. That's what made me get unmodded. And I was like, damn. Damn, my little friend mad at me. Oh, had a conversation with her. I was like, damn, like, and I apologized to her because from her stance, I'm like, I get that. Did I feel like I was just dead ass wrong? No. But at the same time, the apology was for understanding her point of view. And I feel like as a person who you say that you care about somebody and you want the best for them, it's nothing to just apologize for how they feel about something if I care. But you don't use it against me. But I could apologize. You know what I'm saying? Like, so in my head, I'm like, I apologize for that. It wasn't my intention to make you feel like that. I didn't know all the details and stuff. I didn't know everything. I didn't know things that was said. I didn't know. So yeah, and then when that situation happened on, I think it was on Bray's panel, and I was quiet for the duration of the conversation up until like one point where I was just like, Bella, you got to at least acknowledge that you have fucked up, even just recording it. Just admit that you shouldn't have recorded the video with whatever the case. And I think she took that as me attacking her with everybody else. And I wasn't. I was just saying like, Belle, just acknowledge that part. Don't say nothing. Acknowledge at least a piece of it. Even if you don't feel like it was that deep, acknowledge it. You don't have to apologize. Just acknowledge it. To me, I feel like acknowledgement is more important than a fucking apology. To me, an apology don't mean a fuck thing if you ain't atoned for your actions. So I'd rather a person acknowledge that shit and I know that you know better and we can move forward than for you to know better and still do the fuck shit. Then I know how to handle you. An apology don't mean shit. It's just a band-aid on an open wound that needs stitches.
Or like putting perfume on funky armpits.
Yeah. To me, that's what I think that apology is. So just acknowledging, okay, I ain't have to record that shit. You right, I ain't have to record it. But I was needing proof type shit. You know, I'm like something to acknowledge, like, okay, I had to do. And so I was just trying to get her to do that. I guess I shouldn't have done it. Not a guess. I should not have done it on live. However, I have this thing where I feel like where you do it at is where you should be addressed at. Because if you don't, then motherfuckers is likely to do that bullshit again because you only addressed it in private. Sometimes a motherfucker need a little bit of shame. Like, okay, I feel you. No, for real though. Like that's the reality. That's you being honest with yourself and you
I
having.
wasn't laughing at you. I swear I was laughing at Rice comment.
But yeah, I just feel like that little piece of shame of damn. Okay, you can call me out in front of these people. All right, let me be. That not to fully shame somebody like degradation shame, not that, but just acknowledgement. And so I have a thing where you do it at, you should say it at. So I'm not gonna ever, if you did some fuck shit, after you do your fuck shit, I'ma then try to talk to you on the back end, like, girl, and then you like, yeah, I know I probably could have, but you don't say that shit on the front end, but I know you said it in private. Fuck no. Say that shit where you did it at. Loudly. And I think that was what rubbed her the wrong way, I believe. From what I've heard her say, that me saying that on that live made her feel like I was coming at her with everybody else. And I could see that.
The accountability and the acknowledgement and the growth is beaming through you. And I don't know if it's leaving messy talk and getting just a chance to breathe and debrief, or whether it's just looking at the situations from a different point of view currently, but we'll get to that in just a second. I ain't gonna lie, I got a lot more messy questions and I gotta go ahead and get to them because, yeah, we gotta get to the messy questions. So, the HB topic. So, first question that I have about that. Well, no, before I do have one more question about the diamond thing. What hurt you the most about the diamond situation?
Which time?
In this recent time, where the whole live happened with the breaking situation and her going live about you, what hurt you the most about that?
Her saying I was setting her up. Running with the narratives. And knowing that I really was not trying to be just full out messy and poking. I really did want them to talk and have a conversation because I do feel like they do miss each other and that they do love each other. And a lot of it is on me because I realize that I'm not the person that they want as a mediator or to have the conversation. Sometimes they don't want the resolution immediately. So yeah, that was on me. I think I more hurt myself than she did. Because a person gonna do it, whatever it is that they do anyway.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, I think it's more I hurt myself than she hurt me. Because yeah, she can only do whatever. She can only do what she does. If that I don't know how to word it. Like she's gonna be herself regardless. And people are who they are. And I can't try to expect something different when that's who they are. And that's how they navigate situations. And I overstepped in thinking that I could mediate a resolution. So yeah, I hurt myself. Cause I thought my sentiments were more valued than they actually were.
So, again, a lot of accountability and acknowledgement, but I don't want you to also leave this situation feeling like it was just you, because I always say it takes two people to have a disagreement. What I do have another question that I did have from the comments. So this is a comment cousin question. Do you mind taking it?
Sure.
Comic Cousin had asked a while back, were you taken aback when Diamond mentioned your dad in that video y'all made?
No, that was friendly banter, like we always. So it's crazy how we have this banter that we do all the time. Thank you, puppy. We have this banter that we do all the time, and I thought it was wild that that night the banter wasn't that banter anymore. That kind of threw me off because I'm like, we play like this all the time. You didn't said worse shit. I didn't said worse shit. Why are people making it more than what it is? Like it was interesting to say the least.
So you felt like, and I'm just clocking a pattern here, you felt like she could have that banter with you, but you couldn't have that banter with her. Sounds a little familiar, but I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet. I'm
You
be
should
quiet.
say it. Say it.
Nah, because girl, I'm supposed to be a messy interview, but not that damn messy. Thank you,
You better wake it
Bray.
up. You better do it. Come on, this the word on the card, honey. Wake it up.
So I'm just saying, okay, in regards to Braid's situation recently, right? Not the situation with that they recently had with the ski situation. I'm talking about the situation where he was in the hospital. And people were having the conversation about entitlement. It's like, in regards to her platform, she can run her shit a certain kind of way. But when Braid says, I have these boundaries, it's a problem. So I was kind of getting the same vibes from you where it's like, it's a different situation, but it's kind of still the same message where you can run yours the way you want to and you can be yourself, but I can't be myself and act the way I want to act around you. So, like I said, different situations, but kind of the same story where it's like I said, it's a problem when I do it, but it's not a problem when you do it.
Mm.
There's the larger theme that I was looking for.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Lord, y'all don't
wasn't
give
really
me
messy.
that
That
was
was
give me
just
in the morning.
no. That wasn't really messy though. That was kind of just like observations. That was patterns.
Yeah, like I said, it's just like it seems like a normal pattern where people have said, like, you've done this to me before and I never have a problem with it, but the minute that I do it, you know what I'm saying? Like, we having 3, 4, 5 lives and now I can't come in here anymore. It's crazy. So I've heard that before. And yeah, it is an observation, but I just don't want to get in trouble. Thank you, Braid. So, all right. What is the beef with you and Trina? Because before I get into Heartbreaker, because that's a couple questions about that. What is the beef with you and Trina? And is it a love-hate relationship or is it just hate? Because y'all confuse the hell out of me.
I don't have no. Oh, thank you, Big Daddy.
We see you, Braid. Shout out to Big Daddy. Yeah, Braid is daddy of messy talk. So shout out to Big Daddy. Hey, Braid.
So, I don't have no beef with Trina. I think no shade. Me and Trina got more of a damn sister relationship than the motherfuckers got. Cause I love that crazy bitch real bad, but I can't stand that bitch.
That's why I say y'all be confusing the shit out of us because it'd be like 1 minute you like y'all really go hard for each other. Like if somebody talk about Trina, you'll be there. If somebody talking about you, she there defending you. But then the next week it's like, girl, fuck you. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm confused. Like, do y'all like each other or not? Like, I'm confused.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny because okay, I really feel like what made me and Trina even fall out in the first place. I really do feel like it was just her emotions at the time. Her emotions was high, and I feel like it was a lot of shit going on. And I think that she thought that I was choosing sides, and I wasn't. It was just I didn't agree with some of the shit that Trina was doing, but I was in the lives listening to her. I just didn't say anything. And I think that I think based off what she said, that pissed her off. That I wasn't saying anything. I was just in there listening. But I'm like, what the fuck you want me to do? Like, if I can't, if I said, knowing Trina at the time, if I said something, she was gonna think I was choosing sides any fucking way. So I was just sitting there listening. I'm like, I'm in the live listening to you pop your shit, throwing a little jab at me. I'm ignoring it. I'm like, girl, I know you just in your feelings. I'm not finna, and I know she was going through some shit, so I wasn't finna be on her phone calling her, talking about, girl, you got me fucked up. Is you cool, bitch? Is you peppermint patty hoe? Why the fuck is you playing on my phone? Nah, I didn't have, because I knew she was going through too much. So I was just like, I'm gonna just keep my stuff over here. So I was just like, damn. And then when she started being a little funny, I was like, oh, you wanna be funny? I'm gonna be hilarious. And then we started going at it. But I never talked about her parenting. I never talked about her mama. I kept it all on Trina. Everything was on her. I ain't never violate her like that.
So during the gala weekend, you and Trina got into it where you almost came to blows. Why?
I don't know about came to blows, cause ain't nobody ever get up in my face.
Well, maybe it was the way you were acting, because I ain't gonna lie. No offense, Rozay. If somebody was like, bitch, we can do that, I would have thought that we was ready to fight. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it was the way I took it from the energy from the room, but you can further explain.
Now I will say me and her was, I was down for whatever. I will admit I was down for whatever, but I didn't come there to fight or none of that shit. Um I feel like doing Trina's makeup, I feel like I bond with people through like doing their makeup and stuff like that. I feel like that's a level of trust that you have to have with somebody, right? Regardless of whatever the fuck. And even with us be, I knew that the beef couldn't have been that fucking deep for Trina to come sit in my chair. I don't give a fuck who paid for what. Beef can't be that deep for you to come sit in my chair and let me do your face, touch your face, be that close up in your proximity, and you don't put your hands on me. And yeah, come on now. Like, cause a bitch would have had the motherfucking brushes and I would have boop, 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 boop. Bitches, you cool? Boop, boop, boop. Talking all that shit. Now do my face, bitch. Boop, boop. Like it something. So I knew the energy, it wasn't that deep. I knew like a lot of it was just pent up, emotions from TikTok type shit. You know what I'm saying? Couldn't have been that deep. So yeah. I don't know. It wasn't. I wasn't trying to be for her, but at the same time, Trina mouth is crazy, and I really feel like motherfuckers be letting her slide because they're like, "Oh, it's just Trina, bitch. I don't give a fuck if you was Tina or Tanya, bitch. I don't give a fuck. You're not gonna talk to me crazy. The shit she pulled in that motherfucking house with them bitches would not have went that way. It would not have went that way. If I was, it would not have went that way. On my soul." Them how all you got to do is meet Trina where she at and she'll respect you. That's it. I really feel like, and that's a lot of people who, if anybody know like street shit, meet a bitch where she at. Like act like you fit, even if you ain't finna do shit, act like you on that. They gonna respect you just off the strip, off of you acting like you own that. Now some people they gonna really push you to that limit, but oftentimes a hoe just want to check your pressure for real. I felt like she was checking my pressure, so I gave her the pressure she was looking for, and then it was done. I didn't want to fight her though, but we could have if that's how far she wanted to take it. But yeah, you just got to give a little press back, a little push back. Like a little chin check.
Well, that's good to know that y'all ain't gonna fight for real. Cause I was like, Lord, that's gonna be ugly. I can just see that being ugly. I don't want to see that at all. I was like, that just looks real bad. Like, I watch baddies and I look at heights, I look at arm sizes. I was like, that looks like
Trina about the same size, but her ass was trying to talk
that's
shit.
what I said. It's gonna be real bad. Like, no, like hell no.
She is definitely in my weight class.
No, I don't even want to see it. Okay, so let's go and get into the HB topic because I got a couple questions on this and I didn't want to take up too much of your time. So, first, did you and HB issues start from you calling the clinic or did it start before that?
The clinic.
So y'all issue officially started there with the whole clinic situation. Okay. Did you really want Bree, or did you just try to fuck with her out of spite?
I never wanted that lady.
Okay. So what? Why was that whole
Nor
story
did I try to
about?
fuck with her out of spite.
Huh?
I said, nor did I ever try to fuck with her.
So why was the whole story of you and the whole you messing with her or flirting with her during the Gayla situation come about?
Who?
Bree.
I ain't never flirted with no motherfucking Bree. Bree was trying. I guess she was trying to flirt with me. It never gave. I was trying to flirt with her.
Okay, so
Bree
you never
dropped off
gave it.
motherfucking Trina and brought and was coming bearing gifts for me when she was dropping off Trina to get her makeup done. And I didn't tell her to bring me no liquor, no shit like that, knowing that I like whiskey and brought me a nice bottle of whiskey. I didn't tell her to do none of that shit. We ain't had no personal conversations about that shit either. That hoe paid attention to TikTok. It wasn't my fault that she was acting like that.
So bearing gifts, you didn't give her any response, like any kind of smiles. She didn't get to touch your booty, nothing like that.
Hell no.
I'm just asking shit. I'm just saying, you better have been like, got a couple drinks and be like, you could
I
touch
don't
me.
let nobody touch me.
Did y'all or did y'all not go on a date?
No.
Okay, because I thought that was also a rumor on the streets that y'all had
We
went.
went and grabbed food. That hoe lied and told AJ that it was a date.
This man, I'm sorry, that man. She said we went and grabbed food. It was no
That's
motherfucking
it.
date.
And I paid, and I don't never pay. If a
Woo.
motherfucker spend it, listen, let me tell you something. If I'm dating anybody, I'm gonna be so for real with you. If I'm dating a fuck soul, I'm not spending any money.
So you pay for both of
To
y'all
take
food?
care of me.
You pay for both of y'all food or just yours?
I paid for the entire tab. She didn't pay a cent because I wasn't gonna let no bitch run to nobody and say that it was a date. And I don't ever pay for shit for no hoe that want to talk to me.
Okay,
And I
so
mean it.
to clarify for the record, you gave Bree absolutely no play.
No, nada, Nathaniel. The only reason why she even seen my news is because HB showed it to her.
Okay, so she's saying your pum pum, but it was through HB. So who else did HB show your pum pum to?
How many people?
Yeah, I said who else did, like to your knowledge, that she showed your pum pum to?
I don't know, but I mean, shit, that motherfucker pretty. I don't give a fuck.
I almost spit. I'm sorry. Y'all, you are funny.
Clearly, if bitches is hypnotized, sitting here lying, talking about they went on dates and shit, it clearly got to be pretty. Calling me sugar walls, it got to be motherfucking pretty.
Sugar Walls is a compliment. I wish somebody would call me Sugar Walls. I'd be like, thank you.
Period.
I ain't gonna lie, I would tap on that.
You gonna spend some money fucking with Rozay? Promise you.
So I did have my questions are out of order again. Y'all gotta forgive me because y'all the ones that told me to be messy, so my questions wasn't in order. Let me go ahead and finish HB before I get back into that. As a matter of fact, so how do you feel about HB today?
I don't have a feeling or a thought.
No beef, or is it just no feeling?
I haven't a feeling or thought.
Okay. Do you have any regrets for calling the urgent care?
No.
Okay. Hey, she's staying on her shit. I will say that. So let's get into the game for a second, because I think that does close out the HB section. Why did you not take it further with Bree? Was it HB or were you not attracted?
Take what further where?
Like,
shit never started.
I mean, it seems like you had an opportunity with them trying to give you gifts. I'm saying, why didn't you take it further? Like, why didn't you want to do anything with Bree? Were you not attracted?
Because she was sucking on HB ass that weekend. And I knew about it because HB told me.
Like physically sucking on her booty?
And munching on that motherfucker.
Oh, I thought you meant like
no, she physically was.
Okay.
I don't like leftovers. Ew.
So they was trying to fuck with you with HB booty on their lips.
Why would I ever do that? Be for real. I ain't never been the type of bitch to ever. That's why I couldn't believe that HB was sitting here talking about why would you be trying to down me to get another bitch. Bitch, is you cool? I don't want that lady. I can see the crazy in her eyes. That little motherfucker throw off for real. And she lied for no reason. Because that little bitch lied on me and then lied in my face knowing that she told AJ the shit she told AJ.
You want to expound on that?
She lied and told AJ that she went on a date with me, and we never went on a fucking date. We went and grabbed food, and them niggas would not believe me. And then had damn HB convinced that I was sitting here trying to talk shit on her. I would not have no conversation with Bree about fucking HB. She would talk to me about HB. I was silent. I listened. That motherfucker is a pillow talker. I don't know how the fuck HB just as thrown as that bitch. Cause I wish I would have a bitch in my motherfucking camp pillow talking to my enemy about me. That's crazy. And I didn't even tell HB the shit that hoe said because AJ had already told it. Checkmate. AP had told it too. Checkmate. The bitch do the same thing with everybody. I'm not about to sit up here and coddle you and rub your motherfucking hand. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Y'all gonna do what y'all gonna do. Bitch, you know better. Go find a therapist. That's it. That's all I told the bitch. Go find a therapist. I don't give a fuck what you and HB got going on. We don't have a common denominator. Bitch, I don't move like that. You want to go grab some food? We can do that. We can do that.
I'm sorry, every time you say grab some food.
Is you cool? Bitch, I do not play like that. I don't like, for real, I don't fuck with this shit that HBB on. So anybody who's associated with me and you want to sit up here and play with her, I will tell you, bitch, I don't want no parts of you. If you fucking with her, I don't want no parts of you. It's cool. You like her? Stay your ass over there. Don't come fucking with me. Cause that's weird. I don't like it. Cause you know that we don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I don't play with people like that. I'm real genuine when it comes to certain things. I'm not gonna sit up here and play in your face and talk about I want to get to know you, knowing that you beefing with that bitch. That's weird. So we could all of a sudden have a common denominator and get to talking shit and loving each other even more because I don't like her. That's wild. And then when we beefing or falling out, now you go and tell her whatever the fuck I allegedly said or didn't say because I don't like that. I'm cool.
Yeah, that
I don't like moles in my camp. That's weird.
So again, gotta be messy and delve a little bit deeper. You stated that she was telling you things about HB the same that she was telling AJ, but you never put it on the floor because AJ had already did that. So are you saying that the same things that AJ was hearing, or let me not even say AJ was hearing, are you saying that the same things that are put on the streets about Bree having issues in their relationship, Bree speaking about her only wanting her for money and things of that sort that you heard yourself?
Out of Bree's mouth with receipts. But I'm not weird. And AJ told this information after me. I knew the information and said nothing. I knew a whole lot of shit about HB and said nothing. Even though this bitch done did nefarious shit to me. And I have said nothing. Because I'm not fucking weird. I don't move like that. But I knew a whole lot. A whole lot.
Damn.
If not more. Because AJ didn't say everything. She's still holding on to shit.
Is it worse than what we already heard?
Yes.
You ain't gonna tell us one thing.
No.
Shit! I just say, I gotta ask. That's in my job, I gotta ask. I would have been shocked if you would have started speaking. I ain't even gonna lie, but I gotta ask. I knew you was gonna say no. All right, so let's get back to the game. So let's do Word on the Curb real quick. Word on the Curb is Braid's reality show will release this month. Who would you like to see on season 2, and who do you think should have never been on season 1?
Oh. Oh, wow. So I'll say who I feel like should stay, and then that will kind of, because I don't know everybody's name. I feel like Pooji should stay. Trina should stay. Based off the little that I did see, I feel like Realist look like she want to fight. Like she will fight somebody. But Realist. That's it.
So the other characters I'm gonna name, so that way you can make a fair assumption for it, because you left a lot of people off. I'm pretty sure you already gonna say Black Diamond shouldn't come back, but Braid's opinion on that is probably gonna be on the same. Babs. Okay.
Why is he there?
You gotta have eye candy. Every show has at least one person that's eye candy. And if Braid isn't going to be behind the camera, I think that Babs would be an excellent position to be for eye candy. And you need eye candy that's gonna be like the mediator that's not gonna get into those shit. Every show has that one person. But
I don't like messy men.
I'm not even gonna comment on that because I feel some kind of way about that myself, but I don't want people to think, you feel what I'm saying? I don't think that Babs is messy. I actually think that I really don't see him in anything.
Exactly. Like I don't.
So I get why you're saying why is he there, but like I said, I think he should just be there to be eye candy. But then we also have Chef, Friends with Attitude.
Oh yeah, Friends should be on there too. Yeah, I add Friends to the list. Yeah.
K-Dub. Okay. Genstigator. Okay. Do you want to speak on why K-Dub and Genstigator shouldn't be back?
Why are they there?
I can't answer that question because then people are gonna feel like I'm being messy. But they actually have a platform. So do you feel like, I know Kay has a very big platform, like around 80K. And Jen, she's literally made a platform off of instigating, which I feel like gives her her own name, but that's my opinion. But I feel your opinion too, and this is your interview. So, was there any names I forgot? Melma, they're also on the show. Did I forget anybody else? Because if I did, I promise you it was not intentional. I mentioned FWA. She said FWA should be on there. J Train. I'm so sorry, J Train, because God damn, Bray got a lot of cast members. I swear to God, it was not intentional.
I don't know
J Train and Petty Rowe. Damn. Petty Rowe? No, why? I genuinely wouldn't hear that one. Why?
Because that's not Petty Rowe's niche.
Reality TV. She was on. Well, she was possibly getting ready to be on Nosey's show in the beginning.
I don't think that that's Petty Rowe's niche. I think that Petty Rowe is better off. I think Petty Rowe is good with like behind the scenes kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think Petty Rowe can regulate the mess, not be in it.
Okay, I get that.
Like she can kind of egg stuff on. You know what I'm saying? Like on some behind the scenes shit, like give a little to make somebody address some shit kind of thing.
Right.
On some Mona Scott shit, like she was talking shit about you the other day. You know what I'm saying? Like she was over there just talking shit to so and so, saying blah 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 blah.
She'll get the people going, but you don't want to see her in the
I don't
shit.
want to see her on no camera doing that.
Right, I get it. I get that.
Because she ain't gonna really like it doesn't match her. That rada shit don't match. It don't match Petty at all. To me, I think she's bigger than that.
Yeah, I get that. Well, that actually does make sense, but we look forward to seeing Braid's reality show this March. I can't wait to see the drop date because I'm going to be one of the people subscribing because I want to see all the episodes so I can see all the mess because I know it's going to be extremely interesting. One more word on the curb before we get into the game. Word on the curb is Bryson is opposition. Do you think it's somebody else?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of people.
Do you want to give me at least one or two?
I don't know who they are.
Do you want to give me one or two you think it is?
The same ones that everybody else thinks they are.
That's a lot of people. I'm going to need you to put names. So I'm going to put names on it. Are you saying Heartbreaker?
A lot of people think that it's HB.
Mm-hmm. And who is the other person that's been accused a lot? Well, that was from Kappa, but that wasn't just from Kappa. They said that Bella was behind the page, or Blaze.
I don't think that those people are behind it.
Either or Blaze either?
No.
Most hated is not behind the page.
I think it's the people that you least expect them to be, but also one person that you do expect. I think that oftentimes, like, and I only know this from what happened to me. I had people who were in my life, in my camp, who made garden pages and people who I didn't fuck with made garden pages and would troll people with the garden page and had them thinking that it was my people and it wasn't. So I think that the same thing is transpiring with the opposition pages. That there was one opposition page at first, then there was two, then there was 10, 12, 50, 95, because people were just bored.
Right.
And I think that that's kind of what transpired, so it became diluted. However, the movements are very similar to another individual who did the same exact things. And even when exposed, went to lengths to do all kind of nefarious stuff to disarm and get people to not believe that it's them, even though they then ended up coming out saying that it was them. So I think that it's very similar. But I wouldn't put a stamp on it, like verify that that's them, because I don't know. I don't know.
Right. No, I get it. Again, we were talking about patterns. So I get you comparing the pattern there. So let's get back into the game. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon. Or she's a flower growing in the garden. We already know what you're going to say, Black Diamond. My camera fell on that one.
I don't even know.
That's fair. That's fair. That's very fair. That you don't know where it stands. And you shouldn't have to, you're not forced to give an answer in these games. So if you don't know, you don't know. Very simple.
Yeah, I don't.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. Drop queen.
I don't know. I don't fucking know. Cause she do too much. But then like she'll turn around and like be defending me. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Drop is hilarious, bro. I mean, she do that to a lot of people. Like, I don't know if it's because she genuinely like don't like you, or if it's because she just didn't like what you did in the moment, and in another moment she realizes, right from wrong. Duality does exist. Like, I may not fuck what you did at that time, but this time, you were right in the situation. So I don't know.
Her duality be in the same sentence. Like, that shit be confusing. That shit is
No, I get it. I get it. So again, if you don't know, you do not know, and that is perfectly fine. So, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. Genstigator.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon.
And why?
Because she'll crash out.
Why you say that?
Because the reason why me and her even fell out is because I checked her for trying to bully therapists in my comments when I was doing therapist makeup after she had a after she had a situation with her pregnancy. And so therapists had came to get her makeup done. And Genstigator was in the comments dragging therapists. And everybody was telling her to chill, and she wouldn't chill. Until finally she was like, all right, I'm going to leave. I didn't know that she was doing that. She lied and told everybody and their mama that I knew that she was doing that shit. I did not know she was doing that shit in the comments, including Delightful, of all people, and other individuals who was talking shit about therapists. Wow. She was getting her makeup done with my back turned. And so when I went back live after I had a person come and tell me that she wanted to book an appointment, but she seen how they was dragging therapists in my comments, she's like, I don't feel safe ever like coming to get my makeup done by you when this is what the fuck type of platform that you got going on. People dragging people who are coming to try to come look beautiful in your chair type shit. Okay, that's my brand, that's my business. You got me fucked up. So I went live and I went the fuck off. And I was like, y'all don't have no room to talk shit about nobody, none of you, and called them by name. She felt embarrassed by that. She felt like I was trying to shame her in public. I don't give a fuck. That's my business though. You don't sit up here. We know time and place. If y'all was having a roast session while therapist was privy to it, that's one thing. She's not privy to the fact that you're trying to roast her in the fucking comments. She doesn't know that you're talking shit. At that point, you're bullying. If a person is unaware and is not participating, bitch, you bullying. Period. I don't give a fuck if y'all was just having a back and forth exchange the day before or 2 minutes before. Once it's done, it's done. And if you keep going, at that point, you're antagonizing and you're being a fucking bully. I don't like bullies. A person should be able to, like, they should be able to defend themselves or at least participate in what the fuck is going on so they know. They could defend themselves. And my back is turned. And you were not new to the garden and you knew it was time and place. Because any other time where I had clients coming to me, everybody knew to tighten up in the comments. Don't do too much. Block and kick anybody that's trying to talk shit about my clientele or whoever the fuck. Don't do too much, no matter who it is. Because at one point I had $2 in my chair and nobody fucked with $2. And $2 was the very first person to come and sit in my chair. And nobody was acting up in my comments. But therapists come and you acting bad? That's crazy. So then she sent me this long ass paragraph that I didn't respond to, nor did I even read all the way out, basically apologizing and saying that she was sorry. And then her and Delightful decided to go on a motherfucking Hate Rozay campaign.
Miss Delightful that be with Georgia Peach and them.
The adunculous one.
That word makes me laugh. I'm not laughing at the comment. I'm sorry. I just learned what adunculous meant today. I'm sorry, that word. It's gonna still make me laugh. Y'all forgive me. Excuse me, bitch. I beg your pardon. Or she's a flower growing in the garden. Nosy.
Excuse me, bitch. I beg your pardon.
And why?
Because Nosy worked overtime to discredit me. Nosy went from paying me to do recaps to saying that my recaps weren't valid. That my recaps you can't trust. She painted the Rozay's bias narrative. I was never biased. It was actually her that was biased. Is fuck. So she copied what I did, watched how I did it, couldn't do it how I did it, so she came up with the bright idea to just record the whatever was happening in those lives and then just watch it later on and then give her takes on whatever the fuck was going on. But she got that shit from me because she was paying me to do it. Literally paying me to do it. Paying me to do recaps. And she got upset also. What triggered her to start trying to discredit me was the fact that I wouldn't do what she wanted me to do, which was recap Bella's court. I had more loyalty to Bella and I refused to recap Bella's court and take away from Bella's platform. I said, I'll talk about the shit that happened throughout the week. You'll get 2 hours to do it. People can ask questions and that'll be it. Don't ask me what happened in Bella's court because I'm not going to fucking tell you because you watched it. You saw it for yourself. I refuse to be the catalyst of you trying to deplatform Bella. That's weird. And so she started to discredit me. And people believed it. And she used the therapist thing as a means to discredit me.
And that's why people was like, don't ask questions surrounding the therapist situation. Y'all don't realize the therapist situation had a lot that came with it. That's why I had to ask questions about it. I mean, it wasn't no way I could skip that situation because then I would be skipping other stories. So excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. This one should be easy because you already gave your opinion on it, but HB.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon.
And I already know why. But is there anything else you wanted to speak on in regards to that subject?
HB be trying to downplay how much she care about me. HB be trying to downplay the effects that I had on her when it comes to like the shit that she was going through. HB don't tell people that the reason why she stopped even putting Petty Rose's daughter up on that backdrop was because I was calling her phone and wouldn't stop. She don't tell nobody that story. She don't tell them that I called her fucking phone and told her to stop doing that shit because that shit is fucking weird. Take that woman's child off your backdrop. And I was live when it happened. And I muted myself. I was calling her until she answered. Then I muted myself. And I don't know if anybody was around that time when she had put Petty Rose shit up. Her shit kept going on pause. And she was like, y'all stop fucking calling me. And I was like, bitch, no. And I kept calling her. That was why.
I wasn't in the live, but I was watching from the hallway because I remember back then they was like, don't go in there or they're going to basically think that you were part of that shit.
She had said something like, they're telling me to stop. I'ma stop. Let me just say one more thing. And I called her phone like, don't say shit else in the fucking live. And then I talked to her on the fucking phone about why she shouldn't have did that shit. And then I'm not ready. I'm talking.
No, I'm gonna let you taste it.
I'm not ready yet, mommy. Thank you. I love you too.
It's hot.
I don't want it yet. Unless you can put my tongue back in my mouth. Are you gonna help me put my tongue back in my mouth?
I'm hungry.
You gonna help?
I'll eat it.
Your hands them clean?
Just wash my hands.
All right. Hold on, y'all. Sorry.
Look, I said she can give it
Pepper
here.
on your fingers?
No, I just.
Y'all make sure to tap the screen. Continue to share the live. We do have the topic coming up in just a moment. And a few more messy questions, platform questions, getting to know Rozay. I think this has so far been an amazing live. It's going to continue to be an amazing live as we continue to get to, I don't even want to say get to know Rozay. I want to say as we continue to get to plant in the garden. There we go. For my gardeners, this is the perfect night for y'all. Y'all know in the trap we garden. It is currently time to go to the clouds. I'm already going to the clouds as we speak. So while Rozay is getting to eat, which I need to eat too, make sure y'all eat as well. Y'all go ahead and also get y'all gardening tools because it's going to be an amazing rest of an interview.
Oh, y'all.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. And yes, they do, because my mama, not only does she be persistent with me coming to eat some, after I come eat it, she gonna call me and be like, how was it? I'm like, girl, it was good, chill.
Yeah, definitely a booby.
Yes, get y'all gardening tools, because it is definitely time. But we got some more questions left to go, not too much longer, because I know y'all been with me for a while, but like I said, these are gonna be the last couple interviews, and in this space will be switching to a recapping space. So y'all will hear more about that next weekend. Can y'all give me 200K? Y'all 312 people in here.
Okay.
While we do the last of the interview. Can we finish
Sorry, y'all.
the interview? No, don't apologize, girl. I told you made me a plate. Look, all I heard was this hot. I like hot food. It sounds good.
No. Sorry, I'm sitting here talking with you and my tongue ring slipped out. The ball, like it dropped out.
You good. Look, make sure you find that because I ain't trying to have you get out the interview and then that don't be in the carpet somewhere because I can't help you with that. I can't help you there. Thank y'all. I'm glad that y'all are enjoying the interview. And again, thank the critics, those that were healthy critics and those even though that were rude about it because it made me change up my style a little bit. So
thank you.
I'm glad y'all enjoying it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, tell her to give us a plate. Why you said Poozy be lying? Let me be messy with the comments for a minute. What Poozy did?
She just
What's that?
Just to taste it.
I know that's right.
And shrimp and
I have crab legs in there.
Ooh. What's that gumbo?
Doing an interview.
Look at your phone. You see the picture.
Okay.
I ain't gonna be much longer. You can get to your plate soon. I promise. Okay.
Hello, ladies.
Hi.
Flowers.
How are you?
I'm fat. PHAT.
Don't. I know that's right. Look, I'm about to eat my food after this interview. I'm gonna be fat and sleepy. I know that's right.
All right, thank you, mommy.
Hey, Auntie Kitty. So
I got
some good ones on here. Excuse me, bitch. I beg your pardon. Or she's a flower growing in the garden. Dime.
I don't damn know.
That one on the fence too. You still trying to figure it out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to explain why? Was it like y'all ever had an issue, or you didn't have an issue and you think she got an issue with you type shit?
I think a lot of shit stemmed from that therapist. I think a whole lot of shit stemmed from that therapist situation. Because
Those lives you was talking about.
I never had no problem with Dime, but her eagerness to convince everybody that I'm just a fucked up person when it came to therapists is what pissed me off. That's what had me and her beefing. Because I'm like, bitch, you don't know me. You don't know her. You sit here believing this lying ass bitch off the internet. Be for real. That hoe ain't no underdog. It's a reason why she don't have no platform. It's a reason why motherfuckers be running her away from their platforms. It's a reason why her ass be trying to rebrand and shit. It's a reason. And they was justifying her behaviors. The whole time the bitch was a fucking weirdo. And they had to see for themselves that she's a goddamn weirdo. And she uses her money to garnish her spot in people's space.
That has been another story that has been growing in messy talk. I'm not gonna lie, money getting into spaces has been the new thing. But
That's been a reoccurring thing. It's just now it's becoming worse because certain individuals are milking it.
yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't mad at him because I ain't got enough money to play in the game, so I just watch from afar. I'm like, y'all go ahead, because I ain't got enough money to play with all that shit. No, stop. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or he's a flower growing in the garden, Blaze.
He's a flower growing in the garden.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Is it because y'all don't have an issue, or?
We ain't never had no issue. He's never wronged me. He's never did no weird shit to me. I've seen some clips of things that has happened in the past that caused certain people to act a certain kind of way. That ain't my business. I think that people take on other people's shit and make it their own and now got beef with people off of other people's shit without even hearing the full story. I don't think I've ever really heard the full story from all the parties involved as to why it's a fuck Blaze. I haven't heard it from an unbiased perspective on social media. But I have heard it from people who are in my camp who's been around for a long time and I don't see it. But also I take everything with a grain of salt until I see it for myself. So does Blaze have flaws? Yes, we all fucking do. Do we get shit wrong? Absolutely. But I don't have no issue with him.
Okay, I can respect it. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden, Frankie.
Frankie is messy as fuck. Frankie the reason why the motherfuckers even jumped on Bella like that.
Why you say that?
Because Frankie spoke for Bella and lied and said that Bella told her some shit that Bella didn't fucking say. And that's what caused other people to jump on Bella. The very first initial jump on was because of Frankie Mouth. But I guess Frankie is a flower growing in the garden. It's just I think she's learned from it. She has. It's not a thing, I know. She's learned from it. She's not quick to just speak for people. But yeah, that was the catalyst. Frankie Mouth was the catalyst. People don't know that.
All right, this next name is going to catapult us back into the questions. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden, Kappa.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon.
Before you get there, let's go ahead and get to the messy question. How did the beef with you and Kappa start?
I never had no beef with Kappa. Kappa just decided that she wanted to pounce on me based off her proximity to other individuals.
Can you expound a little bit? Because you know I love me some Kappa, so I don't really see her. The same way you don't see Blaze in that light is the same way I don't see Kappa in that light. So when you say in proximity to other individuals, can you expound on that? Like, how did you get involved as collateral damage?
I just remember being on Bray's Live and she decided to come at me like hard. And then me and her was going back and forth. but they couldn't hear me because my mic wasn't loud enough. I didn't have my little plug in like I do now. But me and her was going back and forth because I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, I don't even know what I did to you, and she just brought up therapists and all kind of shit because I was telling. So in Bray's live, him and HB was getting into it, and people were trying to antagonize them to beef more. I told him, if you really care about the relationship that you have with these people, whoever they are, keep it off of social media. Don't bring it to the internet. Don't entertain it. Let that shit die down. Like, don't entertain the shit in public. Then I was like, I can't get to you on the phone because you're live. You're not gonna answer my call. So I'm gonna just come up here and say that. I hadn't really been in his spaces like that because Braid had all these people around him who did not like me. And every time I went into his live, they tried to attack me. I didn't like that. So I just removed myself from his space, but I never stopped being his friend. And so when I seen what he was going through, when I could have used it as an opportunity to just attack and jump on the fact that they were beefing, I told him to preserve his relationship with these people by not speaking to it on social media. Kappa jumped up on the panel and decided to speak to my integrity and spoke on therapists and all that shit and call herself calling me out like I had an issue with her. And then from there, it became a thing. I never ever had a problem with her. Ever. And from my understanding, she tried to call me out before, but I didn't even know because I guess King of Hearts or whoever he is had a whole live about me and I didn't know until after the fact. But I didn't know who the fuck he was, so I just paid it dust because who the fuck are you? So yeah, I don't know why they had a problem with me.
Damn. Well, is there any chance of reconciliation there?
About what?
I just wanted to ask. I
I
always
think when
ask.
people show you who they are, you should believe them. When a person chooses a side based off the people that they fuck with and frequent, you can no longer try to become or befriend individuals like that. When you've already made your decision, why is there a reconciliation of what? If me and you don't like each other, no, matter of fact, let's say Danielle in the comments, me and you is cool. We are, I don't like Danielle, but you like Danielle. All of a sudden, because Danielle and you got into it, now all of a sudden I'm getting into it with you. That's weird. Stay the fuck out of it. You shouldn't be beefing with somebody just off the strength of your homegirl beefing with them or your homeboy beefing with them. You shouldn't jump on one side because you think in your heart that you feel like a person wouldn't do something. You don't know them. It's the internet. I don't give a fuck how many times you have a conversation with someone on the phone. I don't care what the fuck they say to you. I don't care what you think about them. You don't know people. You don't know what someone will or will not do. And so to speak on someone's character because you think that your word holds so much fucking weight is asinine. And so you jump to someone's aid and get to attacking someone because someone told you something, you're wrong. I don't give a fuck what they told you. If Danielle told you right now, Rozay is a big fat liar, and you decide to repeat that shit, you wrong. Because I ain't never lied to you. So why the fuck is you repeating that I'm a liar when I never lied to you? Who the fuck are you? I don't know you. It's weird. She has a pattern of doing that.
No, I understand and I appreciate and understand your opinion. I was just hoping because I like Catherine. I don't want to see y'all.
Oh, it's not no beef. I don't have no beef for her. I have no reason to get up on my platform and get to talking shit. I have no reason to do none of that shit. And so with all that, look, there go Alama. And it's so crazy how we just had that conversation, right?
Chef. And we did talk about the coalition, Chef, but I like Chef.
It's crazy. Cause at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you like somebody or not. You can like somebody and still know truths and still understand what the fuck is being said. Because as much as you saying that you like Kappa, you ain't negate the shit that I said. Nor did you say, well, she ain't never did no shit like that. Because you can't. We've seen it happen. She did the shit with fucking Glock. Respectfully. I'm talking about batting for Glock. Whole time Glock playing games. Batting for tea time. Whole time she just found out some shit going on with tea time. And I only heard a piece of that today. Just a piece. And I was confused until you told me what the fuck happened. Then it made sense. Like, no. It's patterns. But she cool though, I guess.
No, I understand that. Like I told you, I didn't want you to ever lie during this interview, which you haven't yet. And I appreciate that. So always speak truth and how you really feel. So without getting too much into your legal situation, is there an active case against Kiana? Okay. Again, this is totally up to you to answer. Can you explain the fear to me behind people coming to your job? Because I also saw another live where a random stranger showed up to your live as well, saying that you gave her an invite that you never gave her. So can you explain to me the fear behind random people showing up to your job?
So being on social media, it's one thing for a person to have booked an appointment through you and they got your address in that form of fashion and like, okay, they didn't pay their deposit, so on and so forth. That's one thing. When people are like doing things that are like nefarious, that shit I think would make anybody be like, what the fuck? Like, for example, it started to get real shaky when I used to be flying and people would be like, I've seen you on TikTok. And I was just glad that I wasn't doing no wild shit on TikTok for nobody to be attacking me. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. I've had that happen when I was flying. A motherfucker was telling me that they seen me on TikTok. That shit is kind of scary. Because who's to say? And I've been stopped before. While walking through Atlanta airport, and somebody stopping me saying like, oh, are you Rozay? Damn. And looking at me like, oh my God, like this is Rozay. That shit don't feel, I'm sorry, I'm not flattered by that. That shit throws me off. That shit ain't cute to me. Like, okay, I get it. But what? The fuck? That's crazy. I don't know. I'm sorry. That shit don't feel good to me. I get that it happens, but you don't know people's intentions. Because who's to say that person, the people who are stopping me, for example, at the airport, may like have beef with me through somebody else? Who's to say that a person wouldn't follow me home because me and you had beef? Who's to say that they wouldn't follow me home because of someone else? Who's to say they wouldn't attack me all for the guise of showing you undoubted loyalty? I don't know who's beefing with me. I don't know who got smoke for me. I don't know.
Or if it's a troll page that you've been beefing with the whole time and you never seen this nigga face.
And when I tell you there was one person that I met at the airport who I feel like probably was talking a lot of shit about me, because the person, her response to me, she was like, you don't know my face, but you will know my name if I told you. She was like, I'm not gonna tell you my name on TikTok. She said, I'm not gonna tell you my name on TikTok because yeah, I'm not gonna tell you. I said, why wouldn't you tell me? I said, do you support my lives? She was like, I've seen you around. And I was like, so that already clicked in my head. Like, you ain't for me. You was probably against me. And then seeing me in person, I'm being nice. Like, hi. She was like, are you Rozay on TikTok? I'm like, hey, hi, how are you? I'm like embracing the bitch. Whole time that hoe was talking shit on the internet.
Yeah, I ain't fucking with it. That's weird.
Very.
And again, for me to hug you, you could have stabbed me in my damn back. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I hugged you.
And I'm a very nice, respectfully, I really am a very nice person. So anybody who meets me, no matter where it is, because before TikTok, it was Bigo. Motherfuckers, are you on Bigo? I done seen you before. At one point, Bigo was doing weird shit where they would like record certain live streams and they will use you as a commercial without you even knowing. So some people hadn't seen me on a commercial before, like on Snapchat or some shit like that. And was like, I've seen your face before. I had heard your voice before. You look familiar. Are you Rozay? And so it's like, it's nerve-wracking. Like, I get it. Okay, people might know who you are, but you just don't know what somebody has in their head, or what they ever thought about you, or what they could possibly do, or who they could possibly tell, who you don't even know got beef with you, because you don't know. And I say a whole lot of controversial shit just to stir up a motherfucking conversation, and people take that shit seriously. All the time they take it seriously. Right now, I'm sitting here talking about side chicks. These motherfuckers swear to God I'm out here looking for their husband. Like, they take that shit serious because the conviction and how I'm saying it, they really believe that I'm doing that shit actively. So you just never know. And it's nerve wracking.
I appreciate that. And again, the only reason why it is shortened questions in regards to that subject is because I made a promise to Rozay, which, as y'all can see, we're still having a good interview minus that whole section. But I promised Rozay, in respect of the fact that there is an active investigation going on, that I would not ask that many questions in regards to that portion, because I do not want to deter her case. So moving forward.
Oh, I did want to add a part of, like, if anybody remembers in the gala, the people that I met through the gala, even like people coming to get their makeup done, I'm a hugger. Like, to not really talk about it, but to, you know what I'm saying? I am a hugger. I do embrace people. I guess that's just how I'm raised. Like, if someone says that they know me, like if I was to meet you, I'm gonna give you a hug. Like, even with me beefing with fucking Trina and HB, when the motherfucker walked up, because I ain't never walked up to them, when they walked up to me, their arms was out, my arms is up, like, okay, what we finna do? And you walk up and hug me, I will give you a hug back. In my head, okay, we ain't got no beef. Like, okay, cool. Like, all right. And if you was to stab me behind my back, well, shit. But like, I feel like I can gauge energies a little bit, but at the same time, it's just, you just never know, because you just never know. And I'm very open to people. Like, I'm very willing to show affection in different forms of fashions. When I was flying, I did the same shit. Some motherfuckers needed a hug, and I would give them a hug. I done had people ask me for a hug. Can I please get a hug? You seem like you give good hugs. I do. Here. To a fucking stranger. If anybody's ever been in my lives, they will see, like, I am very kind to people. Very kind, very affectionate, very caring. I don't know. I don't trust people, but at the same time, like, it's weird. It's just weird. I don't know.
To me, and I don't know if anybody else is taking it the same way, but I'm gonna say this broadly, and if you don't catch on, then it's not meant for you to catch on. The way that I took that statement is in regards to the situation that you had recently with people questioning why you did what you did when you were reaching out to embrace, trying to give a hug. You're not saying I'm giving a hug because I didn't feel unsafe. I'm giving a hug because that's who I naturally am. But at the same time, realizing the situation I am, I still have to protect myself. I get it. So let's get into some lighter questions, because we had a lot of heavy questions, because y'all always want all these damn messy questions. Are you now officially part of FOE?
I ain't get sworn in. I don't know. Do I have to get like sworn in or something? Like, I think I need to have like a whole, like, it has to be like a whole ritualistic thing. Like, I feel like I need, like, on some Freemason shit. Like, I feel like I gotta, like, a ride on a goat backwards or something to like, really, really, really make sure I'm in that motherfucker. I might need to get jumped in. But right, Britt, I might need to get jumped in. I ain't been jumped in yet.
Did you get your t-shirt yet?
I ain't getting my t-shirt yet.
Oh yeah, so you might gotta get your t-shirt first. You might be FOE after that.
I might need to get jumped in a little bit. I might need to.
Okay. Do you feel, and this is just a general opinion that I've heard from people, opinions that they had of you, no offense. Do you feel you inserting yourself or giving opinions on messy top drama gets you in trouble?
Yes.
And there's nothing wrong with that, because we all insert ourselves in shit that ain't got nothing to do with us. Like I told you earlier, when I gave my opinion on the whole Black Diamond thing, I was like, they gonna have me in trouble first thing in the morning. Because as soon as I give my opinion on any situation, it's the same thing. So I just wanted to know how you personally felt about that.
So I think what gets me in trouble is the reality is, anybody on Messy Talk, once you hop up on a panel, you have a conversation. It is what the fuck it is, right? Everybody insert themselves into people's shit all the time. However, my opinion and my take on it really is unbiased. And I really don't give a fuck who you are. Whatever it is, we're going to speak on whatever it is. We're going to speak on the patterns. We're going to speak on the characteristics. We're going to speak on the shit that you did in the past to lead up to how we are now. We're going to break that shit down. A lot of people don't like that shit. They don't like it. They don't like when you speak on their patterns. They don't like when they can't negate the shit that you're saying. They don't like that. And they don't like when the people are listening too. And so it's a lot of people who are trying to rewrite the shit that they've done and rewrite history in the process. And they don't want a bitch like me to start that hoe up from the beginning and work our way to how we got there now. They don't want that. They don't like when a person is saying, okay, this is where you messed up at. You probably should have did bop, 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 bop. But I'm not being mean or facetious. I'm just pointing that shit out. But I also would do it in like a humorous way so you wouldn't take so much offense to it. But motherfuckers was offended just because I was speaking on it, period. And they felt like I shouldn't speak on it, period. Even though they could speak on everybody else shit until there was a mirror in their face showing them who the fuck they are. Literally. So it's like, and it was getting to me because I'm like, I'm not coming at you sideways. Why the fuck y'all keep sitting here talking about I'm being biased and I'm not? I'm not painting no narrative about you. I'm just seeing what the fuck is happening and I'm speaking to it. Why are you mad that I'm speaking to the shit that you've done? I didn't mean no harm when I did it. And then throughout those situations, I've also made mistakes where I've gotten too invested in something. And I did some shit like call a motherfucking clinic to prove you can get some shit done at a clinic. Not to speak to a person not getting it done. It was in defense of a bitch. Literally. I was defending her. So it's like I've learned not to put my emotions too into it and to just look at the shit objectively, speak to the shit and then move around. When I realized that my heart gets in it, I'm like, okay, that's what kind of made me feel like, okay, I got to take a step back because now like my emotions are starting to get involved because I'm trying to understand them. I'm trying to understand the situation, but I also want to be heard in the process. And I don't understand how the fuck y'all want to hear everybody else who's being biased on purpose than a person who's being unbiased and clocking it. And then now I'm being attacked for clocking it. Now every little move I make, I'm on a microscope. Bitch, you better not blink too hard. Bitch, if you look left and your eye cocked a little bit, you are the problem. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. And then when I would try to take accountability for shit, I was being railroaded by so many people that I just was on some like fuck it type shit. So it seemed like I never was accountable. It seemed like I was a narcissist. It seemed like I be gaslighting and all kind of, I was just done. Ain't no way in fuck a motherfucker gonna sit up here and tell me that 2,000 people in a live is sitting here telling you that you're wrong, that you ain't gonna feel no type of way. If every comment that you read is saying, Rozay, you the fucking problem, and you know that you ain't even do shit, but because the person that they like is their favorite, they gonna run with that narrative. And even when I'm clocking it and saying, hey, and I'm showing you the light, a motherfucker gonna be like, fuck the light, I'd rather stay in the dark because I fuck with them and they in the dark with me, so I'm cool. As long as they here, I'm here. What the fuck? So I was cool. So it just seemed, it would seem that way. However, the same people never came and asked me a question. They never came to have a conversation to see what it is that I did and didn't care about, what it is that I was accountable for what I wasn't accountable for. They never had a conversation with me. They never gave a fuck because they already had in their mind what they felt. So now I feel like even you doing this interview, now they can actually hear my take and hear me actually be accountable because ain't nobody fucking attacking me.
And that's why I did these interviews, because I was like, I don't know how the hell y'all do it. I don't know how y'all can genuinely understand what's going on when everybody is rah! It's like my brain gets overstimulated real fast and then I swipe out because it's like I can't hear and I'm trying to hear both of y'all points at the same time and I'm not understanding. So that's why I started the interview thing, which I said a lot during these interviews, is I just want to hear people's side uninterrupted. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody else, uninterrupted. And a lot of people are getting finally to not only hear your side. For those that didn't hear it, they can go back on YouTube and rewind it, play it. Oh, that's how she felt? Damn, my bad. Let me go DM her real quick because I ain't even know that we ain't had no beef for real. You can have saying type shit, which that has happened from some of these interviews. So it's like if people just learn how to just shh. And even if you don't like her, I always tell people, if you let her talk if she is an asshole, she's gonna dig a grave for herself. You don't have to do it. You can just shut up. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna dig that herself. But the more you overtalk her, I'm actually wanting to hear her side because you're talking so loud. I feel like you're lying. I want to know what she's thinking because she's not even saying anything. So
And I
we're
think
glad
it's
for
so
your
crazy.
side.
And what that me even saying that made me think about something else. Everybody named Mama knows that me and Dime had like a whole like fallout, right? And throughout that whole situation, a whole lot of like people's support was separated. So it was like, ain't no garden members gonna be over there just on some, yeah, I'm a dime piece. Ain't no dime piece gonna be over on my shit on some, I'm the garden. It wasn't happening, right? And it was so interesting that with the situation, this recent situation with Diamond, I was literally on a panel with a whole lot of people I'm sure probably think I'm annoying, everything in between, or probably done said their own little thought pieces or had think pieces about me, who was sitting on the panel with me. And I know that it wasn't my territory at all. And Don was sitting up on the panel. And they were sitting here having a conversation with me, and they were not attacking me. And it's people that I don't fuck with that were not attacking me. And the people who I do fuck with was holding a whole think piece on me, damn near feel like I was being punched down on. And the people who I felt like was my ops was sitting here actually allowing me to speak and realizing, damn, this bitch do be taking accountability. That's crazy. Wow, that's big of you. That's crazy. And I'm like, I never didn't take accountability. I just don't like being attacked. Bitch, you attack me, I'm going to give you whatever it is that you say that I am. I'm going to give you what it is that you say I am. And then in the end, I'll be sad because I'm like, I'm really not that person. Now they believe I'm that person. Fuck!
Y'all to turn me into this villain, damn it. Now everybody think I'm a damn monster. I gotta keep up with this shit. I don't even like cursing at people. Like, I feel so bad.
Swear to
Like,
God. I don't even like reading. I don't even care for that shit no more. I don't want to read nobody. I don't want to do none of that shit. I only had to do that shit to defend myself. Like, ugh, I don't like that. I literally went from an app where that's all I did to over here where I wanted peace. And I fucked around and stumbled upon Diamond shit where I was fighting for my life. So I could never run away from Rozay got a mouth on her. Bop, 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 bop. I couldn't because then I had to get in my chest to prove my point. I didn't want to do that. I like being calm. I like just chilling. I don't like really getting loud. I like keeping my voice like this. I don't be yelling. This shit is draining as fuck, especially when you in a space of peace and you're trying to grow and you're trying to heal and you're trying to be better than you was last week or the day before. You don't want to keep doing that. You don't have it in you. I don't have that fight in me no more. I don't have it. Can I give it? Yes, but it's going to take way too much energy. And I don't have that no more because I'm at peace.
and because that energy is going somewhere else. That's why I realized when you put that energy into somewhere else, it's like, girl, I ain't got time to argue with you. Like, I got school in the morning, bitch. I gotta go to work. I don't feel like
I
arguing
have a
with you.
business. I have an online business. People are actually purchasing products. Like I be selling my products and shit. People are purchasing online business. Like I don't. And when you're growing, you don't want anything to be thrown in your face for anybody to ever say that you was on some like scamming shit or you be playing or you. I don't ever want that tied to me, ever. So I now because I've noticed that my brand has branched off away from messy talk and went other places on TikTok. And people are in people's comments like, "Hey, go to It's the Garden and go check out her shit." And I'm seeing it. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I can't move too crazy on this page. I might be on the backup, but I can't move too crazy on this one because nah, now I have a brand. I can't afford it. And if I ever want my brand to be in stores and so on and so forth, I would hate for a motherfucker to look up my shit and see me
24/7. That's embarrassing.
on everybody. Like now I'm gonna have to sit up here and explain to them and they not gonna get it because it's too much. It's too much.
So let's go ahead and get this last messy situation out the way. People claim that you were pushed from Bigo. Is that true?
No.
Okay. Can you explain the Nature Boy situation, how you met, how it ended, why it blew up?
I met Nature Boy on Bigo. I did not know who he was at first. At the time when I was on Bigo, I had a huge platform. My platform was controversial conversations, similar to what Diamond has right now. However, they were deeper, more conscious conversations. So you had to have enough intellectual property to hold them conversations in that space. If you didn't have it, you was getting the boot. They was gonna pay to get you up out of there. Cash App, all that stuff. This is years ago. So you had to have enough intellectual property to be able to withstand this conversation about consciousness in the Black community. And so a lot of the big creators were coming into my live because they was like, who the fuck is this bitch? And she kind of pretty and shit. Damn, what the fuck? And that shit is going, get anybody's attention because you don't expect, respectfully, looking at me. At the time, I'd have like my wig on and shit like that. So me looking how I'm looking, you're not expecting anything to come out my mouth that I was saying and to back it. So that would grab anybody's attention out of everything else. Makeup, wig, Slade. I'm sitting here like, and I'm rah, 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 rah. You don't know what you're talking about. Like I'm going in. And so my biggest debate was the Black woman is God. That was my biggest debate. Hands down, the Black woman is God. Prove me wrong. And thousands of people will come into my live trying to convince me, men, mostly Hotep niggas, trying to convince me why the Black woman's supposed to be beneath you, all kind of shit. The Hebrew Israelites, all them niggas. I used to debate all them niggas, right? And I was so swift with it that I would be quoting scriptures, all kind of shit, fucking with them, right? Negating all they shit. Eventually, this nigga come up in the live. And he's trying to convince niggas that, at one point in time, this how the nigga was talking. At one point in time, the Black woman was God. But you see, due to carbon and due to this and that, the man is really Hotep shit, straight Hotep shit. So I'm grilling the nigga, right? As he's in my life, people are coming into my shit. Oh no, get rid of him. Get rid of him. Why do you have Nature Boy in your shit? I'm like, what'd he do? We sit here having a conversation. One day we sit here talking about the fact that this man said Jesus had hoes. I needed to know where he got that from. This shit was wild. Swear to God, this is a conversation. This nigga said Jesus had hoes. I'm finna show you where Jesus had hoes at. Nigga pulled a scripture. Trying to convince niggas that Jesus had hoes, dog. Real life hoes. Real life bitches, right? So, so we having this conversation. They're mad at me because I have him in my life and I'm laughing at the shit that he's saying. So they think that he's working on me. They're convinced that he's working his magic to get me in the nigga camp. So a whole lot of people are trying to get to me to tell me, hey, this what he do. He trying to get you in his camp. I'm like, well, what the fuck is the camp? These niggas get to sending me floods, all kind of shit. I'm like, this is too much to watch, y'all. I said, I might as well just ask the nigga what the fuck he on. Let me go over there and see what the fuck he got going on. Mind you, I never went to his lives, nothing. He would come to my shit. At this time, I would never go to nobody's lives. I'd be live all the time. This is around like COVID and shit. So niggas is in the house. I'm going to sleep on live. Bigo has a thing where you can go to sleep. The live will not end. I will go to sleep on live, wake up on live, take a shower, all this. I'm on live. Worse than these Twitch streamers. I'm doing everything on live, right? So I never had no reason to go into nobody else's shit. So I didn't know what the fuck type of time he was on when he was live. So all these women are coming to me telling me, hey, he done did this to this woman, this to that woman. I said, well, where the fuck the women at? Tell them come in here then if that's the guy. What the fuck y'all sitting telling me for? They're like, oh, well, I mean, he's so comfortable in your space. I'm like, I'm not attacking him. I don't know what the fuck he got going on. That's how he gets you. So I'm like, okay. Okay. So as they're talking, I'm becoming more intrigued. Because I'm like, why does he have all these black women on his ass? What did you do? What could you have done? Similar to how motherfuckers feel about Blaze and Scholar. What the fuck did you do? What could you have done? And people gonna host lives and talk about them niggas, right? Them niggas was hosting lives and talking about Nature Boy. Not comparing y'all. I'm not comparing y'all Blaze and Scholar Woo shit. So I'm like, they're like, Rozay, watch the videos. You gotta see it. I'm like, I'm not watching all that shit. That's too much. I'd rather just interact with the nigga and see what it is. No, you don't need to interact. Watch me. So when he would come into the lives, I made the nigga nice and comfortable. And he started slowly talking. And then he would talk some more. And I was like, oh. And the more he talked, the more people was gathering up information. And then he would go live and talk about whatever the fuck it is that he talked about in my shit. And so they would have then the proof of the fuck shit that he was doing. Mind you, I'm not a key player. I'm not like a star in the show. Nothing. I was just a small little content creator that was asking little questions. He'd get triggered. He'd take his bitch ass over there into his live and talk and try to justify his shit. And so the biggest thing that had me on his ass was him telling in a video that he told his son, no, he was just hunching on somebody and he let his son grab his pickle after he had just finished hunching somebody, and he just let that shit rock. From there, I was on his ass. Around that time, there was a couple women who was confused as hell. It's okay. So, it was a couple people or women that were in his camp who he had met off of Sh3Go. Some of them girls, it's a lot, y'all, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying, Sh3Go. But
no, I get it. So for basically, y'all would have regular topics. People tried to keep you away from him because supposedly he was this bad dude. You didn't really get any receipts or anything from them as to why he was a bad dude, but except for these long ass videos that you ain't feel like watching. So you was just gonna interact with him yourself. He started coming into your lives, having conversations with you little by little. He started talking, and so far I got to the part where you said that he would come into your live and would take what he had from your live to his live.
Mm-hmm. So he had women that he was meeting on Sh3Go, and he was getting them girls to come to his camp. At the time, the nigga was in Puerto Rico. He had bitches taking out PPP loans and some more shit. Yes, these hoes was maxing out credit cards and some more shit just to give to him. Swear to God. This shit, wow, outrageous.
Oh, I love being in the broke people lane, child, because ain't no fucking way. I'm not doing that.
And so there was this one girl, her name was Natiri. Natiri had came to my live at some point in time. She ended up then getting meshed up in all the Nature Boy shit or whatever the case may be, ended up going over there to Puerto Rico. While over there, this motherfucker contracted all kind of STIs, STDs, and everything in between. She needed help getting the fuck up out of that shit. She had came into my live a couple times. We had a couple conversations. And throughout the conversations that me and her had, eventually, the nigga ended up letting her go. I had helped her with that. She came into my live. I would have conversations with her. I'm like, hey, stay your ass from around there. Like, we would have very detailed conversations. I'm not going to go too much into it. I would have a whole lot of conversations with her. And the nigga that she was in love with was Solar, the light-skinned nigga. She found herself, he would come into my lives and try to get at her. I would tell her, like, don't pay him no mind. Like, ignore him. Matter of fact, I'm finna block him. So I ended up blocking him. The rest of the niggas started coming into the live, trying to get at her, trying to get her back to the camp. She gets back to the camp some way, somehow. They convinced her to get the fuck back over there. She had locks, beautiful locks. That nigga cut all her motherfucking locks off as a fucking degradation ritual because of her talking or whatever and her actually getting care. She went to the hospital, got medicine and shit to clear up the shit she had going on. Green shit coming out of her. Green. And this nigga goes back. She goes back. So me trying to protect the bitch, I get on the panel and I'm telling him, hey, you don't want Natiri. And I told her, I said, me and her had a conversation. And I said, if you end up back over there, I'm going to do everything I can to get your ass from over there. Like, I'm going to tell him anything I need to get your ass up out of there. I don't give a fuck. She was like, please do, because that means that it got in my head, blah, blah, blah. That's the conversation. She heads up back over there. I see it. They see I see it. I go over there. I tell him, hey, I don't know why you want it. It's a whole video somewhere on YouTube. I don't know why you want to do that, because she ain't fucking with you. She this, that, and the third. This, that, and the third. She's like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm like, yes, you are, because we had a conversation. And I'm looking at him like, would I lie to you? He like, I mean, you seem to be an honest person, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, so I ain't got no reason to lie to you. Like, she ain't for you. She blah, blah, blah. She for Solar. She this, she that, she this, she that. Long story short, that same girl, and I helped other women, which is a part of it, but it's too much to explain. I helped other women get up out of that shit. They're safe. They ain't been back. She is the reason for why he's now currently in jail for life. It's not because I was in her ear saying, hey, you need to press charge. None of that shit. It was other people who were helping her. I was just a piece, tiny piece of a puzzle. That's my interaction with them.
For those of y'all that did not know the question was, can she go ahead and explain how she met Nature Boy? Where did they blow up and how did it end? If you missed the beginning of how they met, you're just going to have to go back to YouTube because that was a hell of an explanation, but I definitely got it. If y'all didn't get it, quick synopsis. She met him, basically thought she was cute. She had a brain. He was trying to use her space to go back to his space to continue conversations. He ended up getting in contact with a girl named Naturi. Naturi ended up messing with him, but also speaking with Rozay and letting Rozay know, if you see me getting caught back up in the situation, you could blow the situation up. Rozay did said job, and people tried to blame her, but it wasn't just her situation that caused him to be in jail. She was the main one. All right. So,
and no, I never dated him. I never met him in person. I never had no private conversations with him on the phone. He did not have my number. I did not have his. Never been to their house. None of that shit. I was never dating that man.
Any nudie booties?
I went down that rabbit hole. Yeah, you said what?
Did you send him any nudie booties?
No.
Did he send you any nudie booties?
No, but I didn't need to because the nigga used to be a porn star.
Okay, so you can see it on the internet whenever you wanted to. Okay.
He was a porn star. He was a male porn star with other men. He used to do GHEY corn. Yeah, the shit get wicked. The rabbit hole is deep as fuck. I'm not even out. My name will never come up, y'all. I don't know why they spun that shit. My name will never come up in none of that Nature Boy shit because I was not a part of that shit at all.
Okay. They were trying to spin your name into it. That's why I'm glad that you gave an explanation of where your role was in regards to that whole storyline.
I was just being a nosy.
Like we all is. I was telling Rita that earlier.
I wanted to know what he did. Like,
so with past experiences you've been through, are you willing to talk and meet someone off app again?
After this most recent one I had, fuck no, baby.
Was it after therapist?
Yes, there was an after therapist. Hell motherfucking no.
A man or a woman?
Woman. Hell no.
Was it somebody we know?
She be in comments. And she like to spend money. Hell no.
Oh, damn. Let's just say it ain't come out yet, but if it come out on the app, you heard a part of it here first. You heard a part of it here first, because I ain't heard nothing about that yet.
Well, but if you ain't gonna hear it. You ain't gonna hear it. I got bitches signing NDAs, bitch. I'm
cool. Okay. So next question. Is there anyone you want to reconcile with on the app?
Reconcile.
Like you would have a conversation with, you would have an understanding with, come to some kind of agreement?
No.
Hey, that's honest. This is a messy question. Is there anyone on the app makeup you would never do again? I respect your answer, but I feel like there was hesitation because you thought about one and you was like, I'm gonna be nice because business is business.
Heavy on business is business.
That's
Heavy.
what I feel like it was a business thing, but I feel like there was one on your brain that was like, I wouldn't want to see her in my chair again. But I'm gonna be quiet. So before we get into the last of the questions, let's get into the last of the game. So, last word on the curb. Word on the curb is you left messy talk. Who needs to leave with you?
I ain't gonna hold you. It's like you can never really leave messy talk. Like you can't. It's you can't just leave messy talk. That shit will always have a hold on you. Type shit. It's just how you operate through the mess. You feel what I'm saying? So for me, I have removed myself from being in that shit because I realize that people don't they're not they only want my take when it benefit whatever it is that they're speaking on. They only want my take on something when it's going to be entertaining for them. They don't really give a damn what the fuck I got going on or what, you know what I'm saying? It's not genuine. So when I realized that my interaction on Messy Talk wasn't because of genuine, I fuck with Rozay, she cool, like I really rock with her type shit. It was just, I mean, shit, she gonna clock it. Just let her clock it. I still don't fuck with the bitch, but she did clock it. Okay, I'm tolerated here. Barely tolerated. I'm cool. I don't want that. Like, I'd rather genuine, like, care, genuine support. Like, if something happened to me, a motherfucker wouldn't be like, well,
Right.
like,
Be in
that
the
I don't want
space
to be
we
around
really
people
love.
who wouldn't even blink twice if something really happened to me because something really did happen and nobody blinked twice.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't. I'm not gonna sit up here and entertain people who don't give a fuck about me. That's crazy.
To make sure I'm understanding correctly, when you say something really did happen, are you talking about the situation that we are aware of or something
Yeah,
happened after that? Okay.
I mean, there are two situations that happened. One with the damn therapist, and y'all niggas didn't give a fuck. Niggas is really sitting here trying to justify a bitch not turning the fuck around and taking me home or letting me out the fucking car. Cause I even asked the bitch that too. Nobody ever heard me saying. I told her just leave me where I'm at. Like, pull over the next exit, let me out, and would not. Would not. That shit was scary in real time, and nobody gave a fuck. They said I was being dramatic. It's not that deep. That's not who that person is.
I'm sorry you had to go through that because in messy talk, they don't give a fuck about anything for real. We should, but they really don't. Um, so I do understand why you had to take a step back and reevaluate, and also reevaluate the spaces that you were in and how they really feel about you. But in messiness, I do still have to ask the same question. Who you feel need to take a step back with you from messy talk? Give me one creator. If you want to give two, just to be, just to give us a full plate, you can give us two.
Braid.
I don't even think that needs an explanation. I think I cannot understand because Braid has even said himself that he needs to take a step back because he's trying to rebrand and do better for himself. But this is your interview, so did you want to expound on that?
I think that Messy Talk has brought out sides of him that he ain't proud of. And I think that he has way too much talent to be settling for Messy Talk. And I also think that there are people who are not for him, but pretend to be. And I don't like the fact that a lot of those people enjoy seeing him crashing out and enjoy seeing him drunk and sometimes spiraling. I don't like that. I don't like the fact that he battles with himself because on one hand he feel like he has to give. Sometimes I believe he feels like he has to give y'all something, but on the other hand, it's like he don't want to do that, and it's very conflicting. And I think that it's disgusting how much people like to watch him crash out or even get close to that point. I think it's disgusting that people say that they're his friend and care about him, and they don't even try to stop him from going to that point because they're entertained. They're convinced that the numbers mean support, and they believe that the numbers are here for them while watching him crash out. And I think that that's asinine. I think that that's absurd. I hate that he gives people who don't deserve it so much of himself. And I think that him taking a step back from messy TikTok will help him with his boundaries. Because I do think that he's learning, but it's difficult to learn your boundaries when the people who you want to have boundaries for are the people who you've made close to you. So yeah.
I actually completely agree with that. I already told Braid, you can go back to Braid Talk, and those that really grew to love
They
you.
got his page taken, girl.
Braid King is gone.
That page, that main page, almost like almost what I don't know if it was 1 million or close to. They Messy Talk got his page took.
I've been taking a break myself because it's been a lot. I did not know that.
Messy Talk got that page snatched.
Y'all got to build that page back up, and y'all meaning I will help myself in promoting it, but y'all got to help build another page because that's fucking insane. That is insane. Girl, I would crash down. That's something I would crash out about. That's something I would completely crash out about because that takes a long time. And what I interviewed Braid, if y'all knew when he started that page and the amount of work it took him to build that page without Messy Talk, for it to only be less than a year of y'all involved in his life and for that shit to be gone is crazy.
Exactly. And they don't give a fuck. None of them care. They don't give a fuck. They still got him on Messy Talk. Still. Because they need the numbers. They need the views. They want the gifts. They want all that shit because he's gonna help them get it. They can't get that shit on their own. And he know that. I know that. Anybody with eyes know that. They can't get it on their own.
Yeah, I didn't know he lost his page. He need to go. Like, I didn't know that. I did not know that. I swear to God on everything I love. That is my first time hearing that today. He needs to go. And like I said, I tapped the screen when he braiding because it's still interesting he braiding because even though it's not him streaming and talking about the current mess, Braid is still hilarious and has his own topics that he will talk about on his own while he braiding.
He's
so
extremely talented.
Yeah, and it's like if you really support him, like I told him, those that really support you and learn to love you through Messy Talk will be over there in Braid Talk and learn how to be quiet. Like me, I know there's different parts of TikTok, like you probably know, because you're a makeup artist. So you know in Makeup Talk, all this shit ain't flying. Like you're not coming in the comments and making fun of people and shit. Like it's Insta block. Like that's not what the space is here for. The space is here for artists and those that appreciate the art, period. So I think he needs to leave too. I didn't know that. I did not know that. Who are you talking about, Dumpling? Yeah, because I don't know who you're talking about. So let's get back to the game some more. And then we're gonna finish out the questions. I did not know that. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. Aries.
She's a flower growing in the garden? I don't know. She ain't never did nothing to me that I can recall.
I said to throw some different names in there, so if you don't know them like that, you can also say that as well. So, because like I said, I had to throw some names in the list, but most of these creators you should know. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden. Rizzy.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon.
And why?
Because Rizzy done tried it. Rizzy tried it with me. Rizzy felt the need to talk shit because she was associating herself with other individuals. Don't know me from nowhere. And then when she decided to run her damn mouth, she paid money to drop me so I couldn't respond to that ass. And then she tried to like make up for it, like come into my live and like try to play cool and shit when I guess other people weren't really fucking with her and shit. And then like came to my little like every morning I be doing my little praise and worship and shit like that. Came into the live and shit, trying to be cool. Like, oh wow, I didn't know this was who you were, Rozay. And I'm like, okay. So no, she's nefarious. She and it's so crazy to me because she really a bully for real. Like she really a bully, and I hate the fact that people coddle and they rub her back and they justify her behaviors and shit because she put on this little voice and shit, and because she spent money. Money is the root of all evil, on my soul. And she really a little bully for real. She really is.
Child, not Candy saying Clyde. I can hear that in her voice too. Sorry, she get on my nerves. Okay, excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon. Or he's a flower growing in the garden. And I already know your opinion about this, but I gotta still ask because he's in the game. Hoover.
Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon.
And for those of y'all that missed it, y'all just gonna have to wait for the download and click rewind because Rozay has definitely already given a full, when I say full, I mean a full synopsis into the history with Hoover. So again, y'all will be able to catch that and press rewind because I will not make Rozay go down that whole thing again. That's just fucked up. So excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or she's a flower growing in the garden, Poozy. And your name is actually on this list, Poozy, even though you've been in the comments. I was holding your name to the end.
She's a flower in the garden.
All right, Poozy, look at you, girl. You done got you a little flower patch spot, girl. You should be happy, girl. All right. And last but not least, I think we got two more. Excuse me, bitch, I beg your pardon, or he's a flower growing in the garden, Slim.
He's a flower growing in the garden.
Slim got a patch, period.
Oh, wait. So I do have one more person I feel like need to separate themselves from messy talk. Slim.
I can see that, so I think that's kind of self-explanatory, but is there anything you wanted to say and the reason why you threw him in there?
I think that Slim is extremely talented. And I believe that he has so much potential. I do feel like the things that, the stuff that he be battling with in the real world, I think that does affect him and how he navigates TikTok. But I do feel like he doesn't need to be around these toxic ass spaces because it does not help it. It fuels whatever them demons is that he's battling with. And he does so well when he's not associated with these messy people. He don't drink as much. Even if he going through shit in real life, he don't be drinking as much because he got to deal with them. They got to deal with them. They got to deal with people who are barely even tolerating him in his spaces. His spaces that he goes to, they play in his face often. Like I'm getting to a point where it's starting to piss me off how they play in his face. Because the nigga genuinely be trying to like add to conversations and like really be, you know what I'm saying? And I think that it's wild how they be coming at him sideways and always throwing up the alcohol and shit like that in his face. And I don't like that. And I feel like the next step to them coming at him is going to be about Ruby, his baby. And I don't like that. I see it. I done told him about it. I see it and I don't like it. And I really hate the fact that he be sitting in people's spaces really trying to genuinely like fuck with them and they be playing in his face in 4K. I see it with a whole lot of content creators that people love and care about. And they actively play in his face, cut him off when he talking. Like throw little jabs and jokes and shit and think that he's not catching it and shit. And then like if he does come into a room where he's a little bit intoxicated, them niggas play on his top and then ask him wild ass questions and shit just to get, you know what I'm saying? Just to get him out his body, to get him to talk shit, to set him up to say some wild shit because they know that he said some shit before. And even though he has not fallen for it yet, it's like he's getting closer and closer to that point. And I don't want to see that shit again. I don't. Because at this point, like, I feel like when you know that somebody like has some shit going on or whatever the case may be, at some point in time, y'all got to actually show your fucking morals. Cause y'all motherfuckers got morals for y'all love to act like y'all got morals for kids and everything in between. But when it come to mental health or when it come to this people going through shit, y'all motherfuckers pick and choose unless it's your fave. And I don't like that. Like I don't. I like when he's just having topics and you know what I'm saying, battling and shit like that. Messy talk, I don't think he need to be in that. I don't think he need to be in it. Cause they don't like him. And they tolerate him. The same thing with me. They don't really like me. They just tolerate me. But they like when he wake and shit. They keep him in space just in case type shit. And then when ain't nothing else better to do, they gonna fuck with him. So I don't think that he should be around them motherfuckers. I think that he should rebuild his shit from the ground up like he did before and stay the fuck from around them bitches because the money ain't good for him on Messy Talk. It come at a cost. So yeah.
No, I agree with that, and I do think he has amazing topics. And Slim, he just came in the room. He can hold topics on his own. I don't think that he needs Messy Talk to survive. Slim has been in different platforms, has held his own platform. I've seen Slim 1v8, people going at him in a box. So he doesn't need Messy Talk. So I agree with both Braid and Slim where they could actually thrive a lot more. And then you would see fucking Messy Talk coming to their platform because they thriving. And they want to see what's going on versus y'all having to be over there.
What's crazy is like me and him done had our little smackdown and shit like that. And even in me and him having our beef, there was a point where I really could have took that shit to a certain point and he was begging me to take it there. And I refused. Anybody else would have jumped on that shit. Would have rolled that shit till the wheels fell off. I refused. And I had every reason to do it. Every reason to really dig in his shit and really... And I refuse. I'm not going to sit up here and be the reason why this man... I'm not going to be that man 13th reason why. Not saying that I even have that much power to do no shit like that. However, I don't ever want to contribute to that. And when I see that somebody is, I'm not going to keep kicking you while you fucking down. I don't like when people do shit like that. I think that is weak and cowardly. Let a motherfucker get up and get their bearings. And then you decide you want to pounce. But they like to jump. And they like to think, they like to have this pack mentality and attack somebody thinking that they really standing on business. And whole time, you weak as fuck. And the fact that he still get up after them motherfuckers playing his face shows me everything about him and his character than it does them weird ass bitches and niggas who be playing on his top. And even when he tried to extend the olive branch, and even when he tried to, you know what I'm saying, like try to navigate it and try to atone for his shit, them motherfuckers don't even know how to even spell atone, let alone to even understand what it looks like for somebody to be accountable and make up for the wrongs that they've made. They don't know what that looks like.
You know, and I feel like they do him and Braid the same way because Braid also has, with the drinking thing, he also has dealt with it. And I'm not trying to center Braid, but it just made me think about like how they'll also try to discredit him and say he don't have certain thoughts or he's not smart enough because he be on Casamigos. It's like, bitch, like it does frustrate the hell out of me because just because this person may be drinking at the moment, even if they're having a drinking issue, that doesn't mean that they're unintelligent or that they're stupid. You know what I'm saying? That means they're going through something at the moment, like every other human does. But that doesn't negate the learning that they got prior or after even. You know what I'm saying? That drinking habit, if it is even a habit that they incurred. So I do think they need to leave Messy Talk because I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of feel the same way where it's like they only let you in the live because they want to joke for the moment and that shit is not funny. You know what I'm saying? Like if you really grown enough, that shit ain't funny. It's like
I don't like it.
Like what are you getting from it?
With people that I even said some people that I said had a flower in the garden, I seen them playing his face. Like and I understand like okay, what one person said in the comments like a drunk mind speaks sober thoughts. That's not always the case. I hate that people use that shit. That is not always the case. Like, they're to a certain extent, yes, but everything coming out their mouth is not the truth. There may be partials to that shit, absolutely, but to take everything at face value that someone says when they're drunk is not fair to anyone. Because you wouldn't want nobody to say that to you. You could have told a motherfucker, "I want you to fuck the shit out of me" when you was drunk, and that don't mean you might not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have said it to a stranger at the bar, like, "Nigga, you fine as fuck. I'll let you." Hey, that don't. That don't mean come take me now, nigga. Like, it don't mean that. You see what I'm saying? Like, but there was some truth to that shit. Like, yeah, for sure, I'll take your ass up through there when I'm sober. And I mean it.
Y'all is too damn much. Look, Bullock on my ass. Let me get back to these questions because I do be off. Because I told y'all I love socializing, and that was a topic I really feel like that needed to be had. So shout out to Slim. See you in here. Shout out to Braid as well. Hopefully y'all.
But they both hard headed. Both of them.
We're gonna give them their own time. They're gonna do it in their own time. They men's.
Ooh.
So, excuse me, bitch. I beg your pardon. Or she is a flower growing in the garden. This is the last one. Proxy.
Excuse me, bitch. I beg your pardon.
Why? What's wrong with you and Proxy?
Proxy came at me sideways on Tea Time Live the other day, and I'm cool. Like, real sideways, which had me looking like, the fuck?
You said the other day.
On Tea Time's panel, yeah.
Did they come at you for a specific reason? Was it something they mentioned they don't like about you, or was it no unwarranted? Like,
I'm a narcissist. I'm manipulative. I gaslight people. My accountability for what happened is false accountability. It's not real accountability. I'm just manipulating people and pretending to be accountable. She called me out my name, all because I was like, well, that's not really how that shit went. Like, you can't. And what I meant was, you can't speak for me. Like, she was trying to speak for me, and I wasn't fucking with that. Like, and the way that she was having the conversation, I didn't like how she was saying it. So I was like, that's not how that went. Like, that's not. I don't like nobody lying on me type shit, because narratives was being spun, and she was definitely spinning a narrative. And everybody in my mind was like, well, that Proxy's right. Proxy's right. That's fine. I didn't like the narrative, and even when I was actively saying like, that's not what I meant, that wasn't my intention, she was still hounding on whatever her questions was. And I'm like, what you not getting? So at that point, I just realized that you already thought what you was going to think, and that is what it is. And I dropped in the comments, and then she was like, she brought up therapists. Like, it never fails. Like, she brought up therapists, then she brought up me crying when I was on live. Me crying was not out of, I'm so sad that Diamond. No, I was mad as fuck. I cry when I'm mad. I was mad as shit, because that was literally around the same time where the first time me and Diamond fell out happened. Same exact time frame, like same month and everything. So I'm like, bro, ain't no way. So I was in my feelings. So I'm mad. I'm like, bro, ain't no way. And I'm seeing how the shit is being spun, and I'm like, there's no way. Like, that's what kept going on in my head. There's no way. And then I also got emotional because I also thought about me and Bray's relationship, and how when everybody named Mama was against me, he was not. And that's what kind of got me to be like loyal to him in a way, but not loyal to a point where I don't ever clock the nigga. Like, just loyal. Like, I'm gonna always, you know what I'm saying, have your best interest at heart. And so the spinning narrative shit was pissing me off. And I felt like that's what Proxy was doing in the midst of her clocking shit. And so, yeah, I went up there and I was like, that's not how they went. She felt like that's exactly how it went. She said I was talking to her crazy and some emotion, all because she said, you called me a liar. And I was like, okay, cool. So I was all kind of bitches, narcissist, everything in between. I ain't had no problem when she was clocking therapist. Now I got a problem with her clocking me with this. And I'm like, I don't have no problem. You could clock whatever you want to clock. However, I've already taken accountability. It's one thing for me to not take no accountability, but you're acting as if I didn't acknowledge how someone could have felt. You're acting as if I didn't acknowledge that it could have came off that way. I see that. Was that my intentions? Absolutely not. I'm not going to ever say that was my intention, because it wasn't. However, I acknowledge how that came across. Cool. I can admit that looked like X, Y, and Z. Whatever you said it looked like, I could see that. I could see it. And for that, I apologize. That wasn't my intention. However, I'm not what you're trying to make me out to be. Then she was like, well, I got a video of you saying that you're a narcissist and that you're a manipulator. And I said, and if you want to play that clip and think that motherfuckers is going to believe that I was being so for real when I said it, go ahead, boo. That's crazy.
So you were being facetious, I'm guessing.
Of course. Anytime somebody attacking me, I'm going to get facetious, bitch. I'm going to get real petty and get the joking and clowning and being everything that you want me to be. And that's what get me in trouble because then they believe it. And I'd be like, bro, that's crazy. I can't joke. I can't play like how y'all playing on my top. I can't play. Okay. So yeah, that's how that went. And so I'm cool on the little lamb because that was wild. Didn't expect it.
I like
I was surprised. Especially when she called me a bitch. When she started off with bitch, I said, oh, you talking about mama.
Proxy do be spicy, but like Proxy. Like, damn. And I agree with somebody in the comments. Y'all both have very good, strong opinions. So I was hoping that y'all would click. Like, that's why I was like,
oh, we was cool at first. Man, Proxy was cool. I ain't never had no problem with Proxy. You be in there chilling, talking shit, having a good old time. Like, I enjoyed Proxies. I enjoyed her takes and shit like that. It wasn't just because she was defending me when shit was going on with therapists and shit like that. It was because she was actually clocking the things that was happening. She was in my space seeing the bitch attack me and antagonize me. She was seeing it. She would post it. And when everybody else was being biased, she wasn't. I can forever appreciate somebody being unbiased with me. For sure. If anybody is being unbiased with me, I appreciate that. I'll give you respect for that. But the way that she came at me on tea time shit, I was like, no, that's crazy. You got it. You got it, shorty. That's fine.
So before I get to the last two questions of the interview and then close it out and allow the platform for you to give your last message to your supporters, your haters, and next ventures for your platform, I do got one messy question that just reverted to the back of my brain. So why don't you like Erica Nicole?
Because she's a fucking liar.
What did she lie about?
She lied on me. That $40 bullshit is crazy.
Oh, the waist beads. Oh, I forgot about that story.
That motherfucker ain't never asked me for $40, nor did she request $40. I went into that Cash App and looked for myself. She never sent it, nor did she ever show proof of her ever sending me a $40 request. She sent Essence into my motherfucking live to get my new Cash App to her finally requesting that shit. Them waist beads that them motherfuckers seen on my body already did not come from Erica Nicole. I already had waist beads on my body. She offered me and Trina free shit, then turned around and lied and said that I owed her more than 2 weeks after the fact because I had blocked her ass for being fucking shady. Now all of a sudden I owe you some shit. There's no way in hell you gonna sit up here and convince me that now all of a sudden I owe you something. I don't give a fuck what you requested from other people after the fact. You never had a conversation with me about it. And when she was telling everybody that she did not have a conversation, for some reason, them motherfuckers, because they don't like me so much, decided to say, well, I mean, both of you guys did bad business. No, bitch, I didn't do bad business. I don't do bad business. If you had told me that them funky ass waist beads, the shea butter, and the motherfucking neck cloth was gonna cost me $40, I would have told you to keep it tough. Because, that's crazy. And them people was highly convinced. It was you, both of y'all that had, because nobody wanted to just point at her and be like, bitch, you dead ass wrong. Because there's no way in hell that you gonna sit up here and tell people that you didn't have a conversation with Rozay about prices, but she owe you $40. That math don't math nowhere.
So y'all never got cool from the waist bead gate.
Because that hoe was then tried to convince everybody that I'm just some scheming ass bitch. Then decided to make a post or post under somebody's shit talking about I'm a thief. Right when I dropped my website for my makeup brand.
What?
The motherfucker tried to insinuate I'm a goddamn thief. Yes, I'm a scammer type shit. On my soul. Who the fuck comes all the way to somebody's damn hotel room? Right?
Stop.
There's no way in hell you paid a motherfucker. If you paid a fee at the damn hotel that I was staying at during the gala, and you paid a fee to park, and then you come with this big ass suitcase up to my hotel room, mind you, everybody who was around when she offered me the free shit remembers her saying it is free, it is a gift, because she was fucking with a nigga that she wasn't fucking with no more. And she said, I can have the shit that the nigga was, she was gonna get for the nigga when she had went to Africa or wherever the fuck she had went to. She said, I can have it. I said, do I have to give you anything? No, it's a gift. I fuck with you. It's cool. I was in $2 live when that conversation happened. At that time, I was in class. We was talking about girdles and some more shit for the gala. And we had that conversation. I remember it. I remember when somebody offered me free shit. I don't know about the rest of y'all. But I remember when I remember when it's free. So I'm like, and she's like, yeah, I'm going to bring it to you, da 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 da. I'm also thinking that Erica was supposed to be bringing Trina. So to my surprise, it was Bree that was bringing Trina and not Erica, which I thought was already shaky in itself. Because I remember being on live and asking Trina, so Erica not bringing you? She said, hell no, what's the address? And I said, okay, I'm going to leave that where it's at. And I sent her the address. And then Erica sent the address. I'm not thinking, because I have 3 different people in my hotel room. If I was thinking, I wouldn't have sent Erica shit, because Erica wasn't coming to get no makeup done, and she had never booked no damn appointment. So there was no reason for Erica to be in that hotel room with other people who have purchased time slots to get their makeup done. You see? But I was moving too fast, because I'm in the back of my head is still Trina is being brought by Erica. Not that Bree is bringing, it was just a lot. So, and she came around the same time Trina was coming. So in my head, it wasn't, it clicked, but it didn't. You see what I'm saying? It didn't click. They're both in the same room at the same time. She's offering us free shit. Erica then even asked me to do her makeup a little bit, to give her, if I could squeeze her in. That was her way of trying to get some shit done. You see? She tried to get some shit done.
Wait a minute. I feel like, wait a minute.
And even brought her lashes. Let's clock it.
Last minute.
Lashes. Had even brought her own fucking lashes.
So it sounded like she was trying to trade the waist beads and the butter for a makeup service.
Never gave that. So, with all this shit going on, I didn't have time to even, I said, I'll see what I can do. However, people were coming late because the garden had booked me in that hotel. The garden wasn't privy to the fact that the hotel was going to charge people to park or whatever. So, it was an innocent mistake, but that, they were trying to do a good deed or whatever. So a lot of people were ending up coming in a little bit late because they had to find parking, so on and so forth. A lot of shit was going on. Shit, even Poetic ass wasn't answering her phone because she had put it Poetic. And the motherfucker had to hit the live button to find me when I'm in the damn hotel room doing makeup and shit.
Hey, opposition. You done got the streets all shook up, Oppie.
So
I heard that's your name.
So, hey, Mama Genix. So it was just a lot going on, and there was a whole lot of people that people was late. So I could not squeeze Erica in. So Erica ended up leaving with that big ass suitcase full of shit, with no price on any of it. And her lashes weren't done, nor her eyebrows, nor concealer, nor primer, no moisturizer, no eyeshadow, no nothing, not even a gloss. Nothing was on her face. Nada.
Thank you, opposition. Thank y'all for the likes.
Poetic, you was in the room that time where Erica was in there? Because, that would be some tea. Poetic, you was in there when Erica was in there?
Poetic. Oh, she said, and Bree and Treat.
Woo!
Hold on. Hold on.
Poetic, did you ever hear Erica give a price on any of that shit in that
let me ask.
Suitcase?
Poetic, did Erica ever reference to the items as being free? If not, did she put a price on it when she gave it to? She said, I'm only focused on me. She ain't trying to get to that shit. That's how she put the laughing faces. She like, don't put me.
She knows. Poetic, did you ever hear $40? At least answer that.
Did you ever hear $40?
Poetic lying like shit. She won't focus on her because she was too busy
Or
having
I can ask an
conversation.
even easier question. Let me say this.
Poetic lying like a bitch. She was
Poetic.
in there having good conversation with them folks. She won't focus on her. She was having conversation. She was changing clothes, all kinds of shit.
Poetic.
Poetic.
Did Rozay ever say, hold on, let me get my cash app card, any kind of payment form to Eric?
Never heard a price. That's all I needed. That's it. Thank you, Poetic. We're gonna leave you alone.
What she say? What she say?
I never heard a price.
She said, but I love both of y'all. I never heard a price, but I love both of y'all. So she said she was in the room. She can confirm that Bree was there. Trina was there.
And Bree and Trina lied because they didn't like me. Because we was beefing. So Bree and Trina fucking lied. Talking about I was there, I heard a price. Trina lying ass. No, she ain't hear no fucking price. She know she ain't hear no price.
Well, we appreciate your honesty. You are not in this. You are not a witness. We're going to act like we heard it, but we didn't hear it. You are not a witness that's going to be brought up on the stand. I promise this is not court. This is an interview. So we are going to take that with more than a grain of salt, but we're going to take your name up off of that. And thank you so very much for your contribution. So, again, anonymously, we got a witness statement that does confirm that someone who was in the room did not hear a price mentioned. So last question. What was the biggest lesson you took from Messy Talk?
Stop explaining myself to people who don't care to listen, who don't care to understand.
No, I get that. What do you feel was your strongest moment and your weakest moment?
My strongest moments was clocking shit. My weakest moments was letting the chatter on the outside get to me and making me step back. It got to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like the narratives. I didn't like the lies. I didn't like the way that people was picking and choosing. I didn't like how people who I didn't even know was coming at me. Who people I never had no problem with coming at me. That bothered me real deeply. Like, bitch, you don't even know me. How are you speaking on me and you don't even know me? Who the fuck are you?
Like, I experienced that.
Yeah, like, I don't give a fuck if you a comment cousin, bitch. Comments and on panels is two different conversations. You can say whatever and see whatever from the comments, but then when you get up on a panel and engage and the energy is exchanged, it's a different level. So yeah, that's my thing. I hated that I was explaining myself to motherfuckers who didn't give a fuck or trying to be heard. That was my mistake. Trying to be heard when niggas didn't want to hear. Like, that shit was wild. That shit was crazy.
Well, I appreciate you for giving me the opportunity for the interview, and again for understanding my constant rescheduling, because I ain't gonna lie, this interview was supposed to be I think 3 weeks ago, and every weekend it was like first she had to reschedule and I was like cool, then I had to reschedule twice, and it was like, please tell me that you still gonna take this interview because I'm so sorry I got so much shit going on. But I am so thankful for you being transparent, for you being honest, for you being funny, having fun with the games, and also being serious when called for and giving a real honest answer to how you feel about content creators in regards to your game. What are the last messages that you have for your supporters, your haters, and we would love to hear the next ventures for your platform.
So I started back doing like I started back doing topics, like kind of how I did like on Sh3Go, just kind of like, you know, trolling a little bit, doing my topics, still doing hair, still doing makeup, still selling my products. I've been using my platform and my mouth to like go into other people's spaces and like try to like get their like numbers kind of going a little bit. So sometimes I'll be live and then I'll just start scrolling on TikTok and then find a room and start trolling and then like watch their numbers jump. Yeah, it's fun. It actually is fun. Like, I'll go into a room and it'll be like 10, 12 people in a room. And I'll be like, I'm finna troll in this bitch. What's the topic? Okay. And I hop up And look, they saying it'd be fun. It do. Like I be trolling for real. And then I hop up in the panel, and whatever the opposition, the opposing side is, I'll play that part, and I'll go in, and them numbers will start to jump. I'll just be saying wild shit, just saying shit, and it'll jump. So I've been supporting other content creators in that way. It's diabolical. Y'all stop. It'd be fun though. The most random spaces. Facts. But yeah, so we as side chicks. That's our favorite one, the side chicks. But yeah, that's what I be doing. That's where my platform is now. I'm a troll and I want the mess to be lighthearted. You know what I'm saying? I can't handle this heavy shit over here. I can't. My spirit can't take it no more. That's just me. I'm protecting my peace. When it get too deep, and it's too much, the storyline is too deep and people is too invested where motherfuckers can't even sleep because it's too much going on, I'm cool. Like it's too many stories in one at this point. And it's too much shit that's like it's just tangled up. And you can't separate it because something is a piece of something. It's too much. And there is no solution. There is no resolution. They'll just coexist in a space and nobody is actually coming to a resolve, and then things can get just brought back up because nobody's solving problems. They're just brushing it under a rug until it resurfaces, and that's toxic.
Yeah, and as a part of maturing, if you ever need to step back, I always tell people to step back. I feel like it is toxic and insanity to keep pushing the same toxicity and expecting people to change. Like that's insane. You know what I'm saying? Like at some point you do have to take a step back and either rebrand or just take a step back. You know what I'm saying? Because if you go back in doing the same shit you were doing, it's gonna start all over again. Like basically your break was for no point. What is your last message for your supporters and your haters?
My message for my haters is keep doing y'all thing. Y'all make people come into my live and figure out who the fuck I am. Cause y'all speak so much on me, bitch, and make a whole want to look me up. Amen. And to my supporters, thank y'all for supporting me. Thank you for rocking with me. Even when I done fucked up, even when my back is against the wall, even when we was swinging and windmilling, even when y'all was getting kicked out of spaces because you was in the garden at some point in time, they sent you in the comments and they kicked your ass out. Hey, even when they tried to put your ass in the backdrop because you was in the Discord and you still was riding, shout out to you, Nick. The biggest motherfucking garden. To the people who was afraid to vocally defend me and shit like that, I get it. I understand. It's very difficult when you fuck with people and you rock with them and you want the best for everybody, and they put you in a rock and a hard place as a comic cousin. I know how difficult that is. So I don't blame the people who probably just removed their soul from my shit and not the other. We're gonna talk about that. But I don't blame you. I understand. So, and shout out to the people who have left, but we ain't got no beef. Shout out to you too.
Yeah, shout out to the white hearts in the chat because I know whenever I see those, what group has entered the building, the garden definitely be going hard. And no offense, some of y'all is mean. I done see some Venus flytraps up in there because y'all be defending Rozay. Y'all be sounding just like her ass. I'm like, God damn, y'all
They
mean.
defend me so hard. They think everybody in the garden is me around this bitch. They'll see somebody. You must be Rozay, bitch. I'm at work braiding. I'm sitting here retwisting shit. I'm nowhere in these streets. They'll come into the Discord talking about, girl, why they thought I was you? Ah.
That's why I said they be mean as hell. It's like, bruh, chill. God damn. Like, I understand that what they're doing to Rozay is currently wrong, but you're supposed to be flowers. Y'all are being very fucking mean right now.
No, because they got thorns. Hello.
A lot of them. Like I said, y'all mean as hell.
They got thorns and a whole lot of Venus flytraps, and some of them, they be spewing motherfucking venom if you have them. You lucky they don't get up on the panels for real. I told them, I said, you can pop your shit in them comments. Don't you get up on the motherfucking panels because they be ready.
And shout out to I ain't gonna point out specific garden members, but one garden member I always see is Tracy. I swear to God, like that's one garden member you gonna catch everywhere. I swear. And look, when I was looking for you, because when you had left Messy Talk originally, somebody came and told me in another interview, and I was like, "Well, damn, where is she?" And then I seen Tracy. I said, "Tracy, where Rozay?" And it was like, "She all right, but she not on live today. I ain't seen her live stream." And I was like, "I knew I could ask your ass." I said, whenever I see Tracy, she know exactly where Rozay has been at. You see that day with the white hearts, it's like, yep, that's Tracy. Yes, Tracy, where Rozay
It's
at?
crazy though. It's so crazy because as much as I think people be getting it confused, they think because my numbers have dropped that my platform was done, like it was gone, because I went from like thousands of people, 800 people to like 2. They think that was because they think it's because they did something, not realizing like I quite literally stopped everything because I mentally could not handle it, and people didn't understand that. They thought it was just I just fell off. Bitch, I ain't never fell off. Bitch, I could pick that hoe up if I wanted to. I just don't have the mental capacity to do it because I don't have the voice where people just gonna like me just to like me because or whatever. My shit is controversial. My shit it penetrate people's spirit when I speak. I don't so it's a whole lot of people depending on what's going on in the space. If something happens or somebody's coming at me crazy, you gonna see more than just 5 people or 10 people dropping white hearts in that
No,
bitch.
it'd be a lot of white hearts in the
It's a
comment.
lot of niggas who really fuck with me. Just like I'm not doing the shit that they doing over there. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do it no more. So they politely just go where they want to see the bullshit, and if when they'll circle the block on me, hey, well, what's going on, girl? Send me a couple gifts, and they going back to where the bullshit is at. There's a whole lot of people that fuck with me, for sure.
Period. And that's how it's supposed to be. We are not going to end this live because I know you've seen them comments and it was already on my brain. You need to promote Eliana Beauty so that way people can know what products to look forward to already on the list and what they can expect this summer because you know hot girl summer is coming and they're going to want to know what makeup products they could be expecting. So I want to make sure we end the interview with that.
Okay, so you guys can check out my website, www.thegardenIam.com. That is TheGarden, the letter I, the letter A, the letter M.com. Okay, y'all can use the discount code CLOCKIT to save you some money on your lip gloss.
Can y'all drop that real quick? My bad.
You can click the link in my bio. You will find it, thegardeniam.com. I do have a sale going on right now. So yeah, y'all run to the website to get you something. I also have mirrors if you don't like lip gloss and stuff like that. I'm trying to get some lip balms by the summer or like some like bronzer. However, I'm trying to get a good formula, and that shit take more time than I really expected. So if not, like get you a pocket mirror because I have little ones too. So yeah, y'all buy them up so I can maybe do like some shirts or some crop tops or something. So yeah, can't wait for that brown lip liner drop.
All right. Well, I'm going to end the interview with again thanking you so very much for allowing me to give you the interview. This was amazing, fun, insightful. We got to learn a lot tonight. And everybody, I want to thank y'all for tuning into Interviews with Sh3Go, where again, it's like having a conversation with your favorite cousin or auntie on your favorite couch. We will be back again next weekend. I don't ever drop the interview guest until the day before or the day of. So y'all will see me again next Friday. And Rozay, have a great night. Bye.